savage kingdom, the fights for survival never have a guaranteed outcome. With just one moment of distraction, the predator can suddenly become the prey. Where are you watching from? Let us know before stepping into Animal Kicks, greatest fights for survival. The battles for survival unfold at the end of the dry season. In Masai Mara, every lion hunt now carries an additional weight. The rains will not return for another 6 weeks. In those 6 weeks, a lion pride loses about 3/4 of its hunts, a failure rate documented by the Lion Project Mara across decades. The difference between success and failure lies in whether the cubs waiting at home survive the dry season. Tonight, there is a particular female warrior. The Pretender. She is the second youngest member of a pride of 6. She has hunted alongside her sisters hundreds of times. Tonight is the first time she goes out solo, a decision driven by ambition. Her target is an old female zebra whose knee joints have lost their flexibility. But the zebra's hind kick travels with a force of 3,000 newtons. And according to a 2018 study, 62% of zebra hind kicks aim directly at the predator's head region. This is not random defense, this is targeted retaliation. The Pretender has never crossed paths with this particular zebra. She sees only a meal moving slowly, a complete information set by the hunting logic her mother taught her. Every hunting principle a lion has been taught points toward the same outcome. Attack fast, finish within 10 seconds. Her body no longer receiving full instructions from a control center that has just been impacted. The failure is undeniable. From this moment on, she is no longer a hunter. A lion with an injured jaw cannot bite. And a lion that cannot bite cannot share in the pride's meal. In the next 6 dry weeks, the pride will need to share food that is already scarce with a member who contributes nothing. Some will accept this, some will not. This is the moment when the lion's social structure reveals its absolute harshness. This is not a rare event on the Masai Mara plains. For every 6 male lions, one does not live past the age of 8. Because of injuries like these, inflicted by animals it once considered prey, this is the price for survival. Zebras do not only defend themselves against lions, they are also actively aggressive toward animals at the same prey level. When a species recognizes that it carries a defensive tool, capable of neutralizing even a lion, that recognition also shapes how it treats smaller animals, sharing the same water source. This is not self-defense. This is territorial assertion. And this is only the first chapter, because in another wild region, a similar prey is waiting with the same defensive mechanism, but a much larger body. In the wild, there are encounters that neither species chooses. Wild horses are populations of horses that have been released back into freedom over many generations and no longer depend on humans. They significantly heavier than the African zebra with sturdier legs and a high defensive capacity against the predators. That defensive capacity is concentrated in a single body part, the hoof. A wild horse weighing 400 kilograms does not just kick harder than a 250 kilogram zebra in linear proportion. It kicks harder by an exponential factor. The lion is in the middle of a hunt. A chain of predatory decisions that are familiar and effective. The lion accustomed to attacking the hindquarters of fleeing prey, but this powerful counter kick has no available answer in a predatory brain that has been programmed for 40,000 years. Far to the north, North America has a similar story worth telling. The moose weighs 500 kilograms. In a water environment, the moose has the advantage of leg height. The bear must swim to follow. After about 30 minutes, the grizzly typically gives up from exhaustion. This is a phenomenon repeatedly confirmed by the rangers in Yellowstone, Glacier, and Grand Tetons. Wild moose cause more incidents involving humans than grizzly bears when measured by annual encounter rates. A moose's kick, according to wildlife biologists, can cause serious trauma even to a bear when the angle is right. On the dry Mopane savanna, some animals do not move with the herd. When a male buffalo passes the age of 12, his strength sometimes becomes a threat. To his own herd, he lives alone, or with a few other old males. South Africans give this species a nickname, Black Death. Cape buffalo are responsible for about 200 hunter fatalities each year across Africa, more than any other large mammal on the continent. Tonight, the dagger boy, no herd, no sentries. 200 meters away, a young male lion has been observing since the early afternoon. He is a 3-year-old male lion, in the most difficult transitional phase of a male lion's life. He has been expelled from his old pride upon reaching competition age, and he is building his own territory. To prove his ability to dominate, he needs a major prize, A solo dagger boy, in theory, is a perfect major prize. He has done the first part of the lesson his mother taught him correctly. Never approach a buffalo from the front, because the horns can pivot in a wide arc, and the head charge generates enough force to cause serious injury. Behind is the blind spot. This is the part where the young lion's lesson is incomplete. The two hind legs of an adult buffalo carry approximately 40% of its body mass. For a 700-kilogram dagger boy, that is approximately 280 kilograms of force that can be released in the opposite direction. For the buffalo, the matter ended at the moment of contact. A male lion with chest injuries cannot compete to build territory. He will need to find another area with a softer competitive structure, or he will not live long enough to try. Zebra, wild horse, and Cape buffalo, all three species use the same defensive mechanism, the hind kick, and all three force the same predator to pay a price. But what happens when the weapon is not two hind legs, but a single front leg as long as a person's height? The giraffe is known through images of grace, gentleness. But a front leg kick from an adult giraffe generates approximately 140 kilograms per square centimeter. This force is enough to cause serious injury even to an adult lion. A solo lion challenging an adult giraffe is a rare decision. A well-organized pride of 4 to 5 members will sometimes try. One starts the chase to push the giraffe toward favorable terrain, while the others wait at choke points along the retreat path. 5 meters, 1,000 kilograms. The giraffe has survived many encounters with lions in her lifetime. The chase begins as 2 lionesses charge from behind. A pace fast enough to maintain distance from the pride, and slow enough to keep her balance for a defensive strike if needed. A young lion in the pride, one who trusts in his individual speed and strength, decides she can finish the chase early with a bold leap. The lion charges out of the pride's formation, and she enters the personal defense zone of an adult giraffe in waiting position. This is how nature teaches the lesson that lion parents cannot teach in full. A well-organized pride, an undisciplined member, a life with no second chance. But what happens when there is not just one hunter and 1.5 million wildebeest arrive like a wave? The fights continues into the dry season in the Okavango Delta. This is the warthog. The upper canines of an adult male warthog can reach 25 centimeters in length. In documented extreme cases, longer than 60 centimeters. The lower canines are shorter, but that is the lethal point. Each time a warthog opens its mouth to eat, to snort, to yawn, the lower canines rub against the upper canines. The animal sharpens its own defensive weapons through the act of breathing. According to wildlife researchers in the Okavango, an adult lioness living in a warthog-dense area takes about 10 to 15 warthogs each year. The problem is, of the 10 to 15 warthogs lion takes each year, the majority are juveniles or small females. A mature male warthog is a different number. The hunting reflex has no mechanism to halt mid-action. After that, she does not move again. The lioness cannot return to her pride before dawn. Her pride will never find her. The Okavango Delta erases traces faster than anyone knows. Finally, the fight takes us to an African river where two prehistoric species face each other. The Mara River. August. The southern crossing point. Returning to the Mara River. This time, the predator has been waiting underwater. Nile crocodiles live in this crossing all year round. In the other 10 months, they sustain themselves with large fish, water birds, and small animals coming to drink. In the 2 migration months, July and August, they need do nothing other than wait. The wildebeest and zebra. The great feast will cross the river. Some will not make it across. For the predators of Africa, no event provides as many comparable meals as the Great Migration. Nile crocodiles at Mara crossings have been recorded as being involved with thousands of migrating individuals each year. Not because of superior hunting skill, but because of the volume of opportunity that the migration provides. A Nile crocodile in the act of holding prey in its jaws is typically locked in position for several seconds. An evolutionary mechanism allowing the species to secure the prey before performing the death roll. During that lock period, the crocodile's 1,000-kilogram body, half submerged, becomes a shallow obstacle in the current. For a 300-kilogram zebra running from behind under the pressure of the herd behind it, that obstacle is no longer a predator. But this female zebra does not try to wrench her leg free. She does what perhaps her ancestors taught through a survival gene line. The kick lands on the weakest point of the crocodile's mouth structure. In the half-second when the reflex forces the crocodile to reassess his grip structure, the zebra pulls her leg free. The zebra will carry that wound for the rest of the migration season. But she has escaped. This is what the Great Migration teaches us about the concept of the apex predator. The Nile crocodile has a bite force of 350 kilograms per square centimeter, the strongest among living animals today. But they are not an obstacle from which there is no escape. The Nile crocodile can also be a stepping stone when the herd is large enough, when the pressure is high enough, and when an individual prey has enough will to attempt a second kick after being caught. Tonight, 5 battles, 5 underdogs. 5 kings have learned the same lesson. In the wild, The title apex predator is a contract with the prey. Not a guarantee. This is animal fight night when prey strike back. In a world of phantoms and deception, the spotted hyena has been imprisoned by prejudice for centuries. A cowardly scavenger, a thief in the dark? No. When the lens of science illuminates the land of death, their true nature emerges, overturning every old notion of power in the wild. The spotted hyena does not wait for death, they create it themselves. Scientific reality demonstrates this. These are top-tier hunters, directly bringing down up to 95% of their food. As a cursorial predator, an endurance hunter, they operate with an iron heart, constituting up to 1% of body mass, twice the proportion found in a lion. This superior respiratory system allows them to maintain a relentless pursuit across many kilometers of savanna. With a hunting success rate reaching the unthinkable level of 92%, they are the true predators of the plains. And that is bad news for this wildebeest. In panic, it chooses to take refuge in a stream. Water is not the ideal hunting ground for a hyena, but fear has paralyzed the thought process of the lone prey, turning resistance into a string of futile efforts. There is no chance for the wildebeest against the most persistent predators on the planet. The strength of hyenas does not come from spontaneity. It is operated under a rigorous matriarchal social structure. An empire shaped by unique biological transformations, abnormally high androgen concentration, right from the embryonic stage. The aggression of females is forged from the intrauterine environment itself. It molds warriors, with testosterone levels exceeding those of males. A hyena clan is led by an experienced matriarch, holding the survival memory and tactics of the entire collective, with a clear and unchanging social hierarchy. In this kingdom, power is an inherited legacy. The leader's offspring automatically claim the noble rank of their mother, from birth establishing dominant status over other members of the clan as long as they are female. In contrast, the males have very little status in the clan, frequently forced to accept the lowest position in eating rituals and social interactions. The dominance of the matriarchs does not stop at internal management. It is the engine driving the entire system of asserting sovereignty across the savanna. Tails raised upright, a biological signal asserting power and excitement when an unfamiliar olfactory signature is detected in the space. A rival pack has just trespassed on the territory. In savanna confrontations, females are always the vanguard force. A male black-backed jackal has fallen into the daughter matriarch's sights. This is not a hunt. The hyena is performing an act of interspecific exploitation. Jackals are the most skilled at locating fawns. By silently shadowing, the hyena turns the jackal into a biological radar, waiting for the right moment to seize the prize from the opponent's cunning. Meanwhile, the male jackal's mate faces a real nightmare when the hyena matriarch has discovered their den. In the natural world, compassion is a luxury that does not exist in the survival equation. Intra-guild predation, eliminating the offspring of competing rivals, is an ecological strategy to protect future resources for the clan. The mother jackal tries to distract. However, the architecture of nature has become the final shield. The den entrance is too narrow for the predator's massive size. The hyena clan returns to the original plan, abandoning an unfeasible target. To preserve energy for larger hunts, that is kleptoparasitism. Thanks to the advantage in body size, the contest ends quickly. The male jackal must accept the leftover scraps from his own efforts, but at least his pups are safe. The fortunate luck of the jackal pups, or the leftover scraps from the defeated, are not enough to relieve the physiological pressure weighing on the entire clan. They need more to fill their stomachs. And when the first sounds of the wildebeest and zebra herds echo from the horizon, it is the signal heralding the return of the massive protein source on the savannah. However, in a society driven by extreme hunger, patience becomes a luxury. A few young members, lacking the guidance of the matriarch or the experienced eldest daughter, decided to carry out an impromptu hunt. Lacking tactical coordination and the necessary composure, their attack becomes chaotic. The wildebeest easily decode the clumsy attack direction and escape, leaving the inexperienced hunters in futile energy expenditure. A few hours later, the moment of the true masters has arrived. With a superior night vision system, they quickly locate a solitary wildebeest. This is an ideal target, an exhausted being after a long migration journey, with legs grown heavy from the accumulation of lactic acid. In a desperate effort to find safety, the wildebeest mistakenly believes the water will be the barrier blocking the enemy, but in reality, it is trapping itself in a biological snare. The water resistance neutralizes the prey's burst speed, while the matriarch and her daughter establish a landscape of fear right on the bank. Their relentless determination paralyzes the prey's will. The contest ends in the silent but decisive flow of instinct. The cries of the prey echo for many kilometers, serving as a signal to summon the entire clan. Once again, the matriarch confirms her role as the irreplaceable cornerstone of the pack. Her experience is the only line between survival and ruin, a legacy of power that will continue to be passed down to her eldest daughter before the formal succession to this matriarchal kingdom. Dawn at the Masai Mara marks the fragile boundary between life and death, where every breath is stalked. Just one small mistake is enough to end everything on the burning plains of Kenya. Among the golden ocean of grass, a solitary lioness is beginning to write the first chapter of a legend. A solitary traveler crossing endless fields where the wind carries the moisture of the Mother Earth and the buzzing sound of insects. Lacking territory and companions, this lioness relies only on the survival instinct refined through millions of years of evolution. Fate cannot subdue the will of the lone wanderer as she gradually finds kindred spirits adrift on the savannah. Thanks to keen vision and natural attraction, the future leader... On the Savannah, every dawn marks the beginning of the ultimate battles for survival. Here, survival doesn't go to the strongest, but to the one who conquers the strongest. This is the clash between giants versus lions, the most brutal survival battles Sunrise over the Masai Mara is a moment of pure magic. In the crisp morning air, the Topi shake off the remnants of sleep. Some engage in clashing horns to get their muscles moving. They vie for the highest mounds on the plain, securing a panoramic view and prime status to attract mates. Those who come up short are moved to the lower ground. This lively dynamic marks a productive start for these creatures. But breakfast is always on the horizon. In the pride's first meal of the day, the hierarchy of power is clearer than ever. Although the lionesses handle most of the intense pursuit, the alpha male claims the privilege of eating first to maintain his peak condition. Sometimes the dominant male uses this right as a social discipline tool. If a female declines a mating request, the male may strictly prevent her from touching the prize she secured herself. This firm approach ensures he is always calling the shots during his tenure. A male lion's throne is a fleeting position. On average, a king only keeps his crown for 2 to 3 years before being unseated by younger, stronger rivals. When young males in the pride reach about 3 years of age, they are sent away by their father to prevent inbreeding and remove any seeds of rebellion. For now, they must simply follow their father's lead and offer comfort to their weary mother. The hyena clan has been vocal since daybreak. Now the sun is high in the sky. Yet the foraging party has not returned. This male hyena has just finished his search. He carries back a late morning meal. The aroma of this feast is quite alluring, drawing a female to the spot. This fellow is doing it all for love, even if he may not receive a single morsel from the meal he just secured. In hyena society, the ladies hold the reins. The females are larger and much more assertive. Males must endure a long, humble journey to carry on their legacy. They must constantly lower their gaze, tuck their tails, and step back whenever a female draws near. A clever male will choose to be a dedicated shadow. He will trail his interest for weeks or even months, maintaining a respectful distance and appearing as harmless as can be. He even learns to show affection to the dominant female's own young to get in her good graces, truly paying his dues to win over the queen. The demanding cycle of life for newborn hyenas begins with their very first breath. Unlike most other mammals, spotted hyena cubs enter the world with a full set of teeth and eyes wide open. Their quest for status ignites within the first days of life. To secure prime access to their mother, these little ones are ready to contend with their own siblings. This trial determines who will lead in the future social order. For the entire first year, mother's milk is their sole sustenance. They cannot process solid food until they reach 8 months of age. This reliance requires the mother to dedicate all her energy to protection and care before beginning a new reproductive cycle. This shivering newcomer has just been brought into the light. The moment it arrives, its journey is officially on the clock. The mother doesn't offer nourishment just yet. The little one must prove it is a fighter. Merely 15 minutes after birth, the young antelope must find its stride. Only after showing its agility does the calf receive the reward of nutritious milk. This urgency is no coincidence. The reproductive window for the topi is incredibly narrow. A female has only a single day each year to secure the next generation. Contrasting the grazer's instant agility, these hunters start off still wet behind the ears in total fragility. The dense thickets serve as a sanctuary for the newest members of the royal line. Lion cubs are born completely sightless and delicate, weighing only about 1 kilogram. They must remain tucked away in dens for their first 2 months to stay out of sight from other wandering eyes, and from their curious older cousins as well. This is the most sensitive stage. New life is shielded only by the protective instincts of the mother. Quite a distance away lies the territory of the lion pride, a large family unit. Prides in the Masai Mara can reach up to 20 individuals. Strength resides in the unity of the female alliance. They form a supportive matriarchy, where lionesses co-parent the young and hunt together. It takes a substantial target to satisfy the hunger of a large pride. The buffalo is a challenging prize, yet always enticing. The males are often the answer to this puzzle. Even when the strongest males have secured the catch, the young ones still hesitate, as if finding their feet in this world. Typically, the dominant males do not spend much time hunting. His role is that of a guardian of the boundaries. He patrols the borders constantly, marking territory and leaving scent paths to warn any intruders. It is all to safeguard the pride's reign and the well-being of the little ones. As the sun reaches its peak, the Masai Mara transforms into a massive furnace. To beat the heat and shield themselves from harsh rays and persistent hitchhikers, these giants seek out the mud wallows. The damp earth serves as a protective coat for their delicate skin against the intense warmth. Unlike the elephant herds that use mud as a temporary mask, the hippopotamus chooses to rule the currents to beat the heat. An alpha male claims a stretch of water spanning about 200 meters, establishing his own absolute rule. These giants spend up to 16 hours each day soaking in the water or cooling mud. The hippopotamus lacks sweat glands entirely. Under the intense African sun, their thick skin is actually quite delicate and prone to sun damage if exposed too long to ultraviolet rays. Staying submerged also helps manage their massive weight. The current supports their joints, allowing this nearly 3 tons giant to move with surprising grace. Much like lions, a mother hippo does not feel at ease giving birth around assertive males. She must seek out a separate pool to welcome her only calf. Their connection to the water begins from the very first moments of life. Hippopotamus calves are born right beneath the surface and are natural-born swimmers. Even before finding their footing on land, they dive skillfully alongside their mother, using the water as a safe shield against shoreline hunters. Even so, one can never be too cautious. The mother cannot bring her little one back to the herd's waters just yet. She worries that territorial disputes among the males could place her precious calf at risk. The solitary mother becomes fiercely protective toward anyone who draws near her and her calf's pool, even if it is a lion. But a hunter is approaching. She is in need of a drink, but the hippo will not allow her to come any closer. Having raised young before, the mother knows exactly what this lioness is capable of. They are master hunters, and her calf would be quite a prize for them. A firm snap toward the head. With a jaw that opens 150 degrees and teeth far larger than those of a lioness, she easily convinces the predator to take a hike and forget her thirst. As the top-tier hunters retreat into the shade, the mother cheetah begins her shift. This is a clever survival strategy, seeking a meal while the heavy hitters are deep in slumber. Unlike the single mother working hard to raise a litter of 4 to 6, the males often choose a different path as they mature. They form a tight-knit coalition, often brothers from the same litter, to collectively safeguard a vast territory of 13 to 130 square kilometers. In the world of cheetahs, unity helps them hold on to lands rich with resources. A coalition functions as a truly egalitarian society. Those living alone often find themselves in poorer condition and rarely keep their ground against the competition of these close-knit male groups. Today, 4 cheetah brothers are setting their stage. The target is a zebra. Once the target is identified, the biological machine kicks into gear. As the prize is brought down, the outcome of the chase is clear. But the cheetahs must still eat quickly. The midday sun might keep hyenas from working for their own food, but it won't stop them from trying to muscle in on the action for an easy meal. With fewer leftovers from lions available, the hyenas of the Masai Mara are becoming more assertive than ever. At midday in the Masai Mara, the sunlight is an unrelenting force, seeking moisture from every living being. African elephants understand this better than anyone. They turn mud into a protective coat, a natural sunscreen for their massive frames. Once dry, this layer becomes a shield against pests and keeps their temperature from rising too high. While the adults enjoy temporary relief, the newest members of the herd struggle with their own bodies. Their small trunks make them quite clumsy. From birth to 3 months of age, the trunk is merely a decorative accessory. It takes up to 6 months for a calf to begin learning the ropes of coordinating the complex movements needed to grasp grass or leaves. Only at 1 year old do they truly master the skill of drawing up water. Fully mastering techniques like breaking tough branches or picking up fruit with the trunk's tip is reserved for those 2 years of age or older. Yet, within that clumsiness, the calves are always sheltered. Elephant milk is a premium nutrient source, rich in fats and proteins, allowing the young to grow rapidly at an average of 1 kilogram per day. Here, the concept of family is fully realized. The aunts, sisters, and grandmothers in the herd all participate in raising the little ones. However, the intensity of a drought sometimes tests the limits of endurance. The elephant herd is always on the move. Their journey spreads nutrients, levels the ground, and even clears paths through the brush. The matriarch leads the way as she is the most respected figure. But not every young one can keep pace with the elder female. A pressing thirst leaves the elephant herd feeling weary. This presents a prime opening for the lions. They set their sights on a young calf. The thing remaining is the profound sorrow of a mother with a heavy heart. Before the weight of her recent loss has even begun to lift, the mother elephant must already face the scavengers. A single mother faces her most demanding survival puzzle. Instead of hoisting the prize into a tree as usual, she chooses to play it safe by concealing it in an abandoned warthog burrow to stay out of sight from scavengers. A high-stakes decision. Any passing predator could stumble upon this feast. Yet, dragging the catch a long distance in 40 degrees heat is simply too much of a gamble. Another grueling trek begins. She must retrieve the precious gift she carefully stowed away. It is a path long enough to ensure the scent does not linger. A young boy. In the world of the leopard, young males tend to stay with their mothers longer than their sisters, sometimes up to 24 months. This is because establishing a solo territory for a young male is a monumental task under the pressure of other mature males. Nuzzling and grooming at this stage are the emotional bonds that strengthen the tie between mother and cub. Now she will guide the youngster to where his favorite meal awaits. From 6 to 8 weeks of age, the cub has already begun sampling meat, and soon he will learn to accompany his mother on actual outings. Leaving him unattended in a den for up to 36 hours is a gamble. Young leopards also hone their nimble climbing skills. On the savannah, raising a future warrior requires dedication and limitless patience. As the sun begins to fade and the air grows cooler, the night hunters prepare for their day's work. As the sunset paints the elephant grass golden in the Masai Mara, the air thickens with the urgency of the day's final cycle. This is the prime window for mid-tier hunters, where every move is racing against time in the fading light. Survival here relies on more than just raw power. It is a sophisticated logistical puzzle solved by the sharpest minds on the savannah. Black-backed jackals build their status on a rare foundation in the savannah: absolute lifelong loyalty. A black-backed jackal pair stays together for life, repurposing empty warthog burrows or old termite mounds into a secure family stronghold. The youngsters are looked after by their older siblings while the parents go out to forage. Young gazelles are not as fortunate. From an early age, their existence is a high-stakes gamble where the mother wagers everything. The tiny one lies curled up, pressed against the ground and staying perfectly still for hours. Their coat blends seamlessly with the dried grass and sandy soil. The mother bets that no one will stumble upon her young. But today, the odds were not in her favor. Jackals possess incredibly sharp senses. For today, a bit of luck also helped them hit the jackpot. The jackals quickly attend to the meal they easily discovered. They have little ones of their own to consider. The female black-backed jackal consumes the portions as fast as possible, turning her own stomach into a secure transport pouch. At the den entrance, the eager faces of the waiting pups show their anticipation. When the mother returns, the meal begins. Finally, they can satisfy their hunger after a demanding day. As darkness falls, all the pups must retreat into the den to stay hidden from those with keen night vision. The mother leopard's brief window of peace draws to a close. She must guide her little one to a safer haven. Deep into the territory of the dominant male she paired with. Every step is a wager on the strength and well-being of the youngster. The innocent cub remains unaware. Twilight brings a welcome coolness, yet it also masks those who move in silence. The young one has reached the branches where his mother has stored a meal for the coming day. As a devoted mother, the leopardess maintains more than a single cache of food, but an unfamiliar scent lingers. Even though male leopards are typically larger, the mother is watching like a hawk and will stand her ground against anyone who dares approach her cub. The commotion draws the dominant male to the scene. He has shown himself to be a reliable partner. The intruder is turned away, yet remains fortunate to escape with his health intact. As shadows reclaim the plains, the most skilled hunters emerge from their hideouts. In the tall grass of the Masai Mara, a mobile radar station operates with total precision. The serval possesses the largest ears in the feline world relative to its frame. These satellite dishes are so keen they can pick up the footsteps of a mouse moving deep underground or in the thickest brush. For the serval, sound is scenery, and the darkness is her greatest ally. However, tonight's mission comes with more pressure than usual. In a hidden rocky crevice not far away, her nursing youngling waits with anticipation. This single mother is forced to gamble, leaving her fragile cub behind to nourish herself. Without a proper meal, her ability to provide milk will fade. Despite her slender frame, the serval is truly at the top of her game when it comes to efficiency on the savannah. Her success rate reaches 50%, a figure that completely overshadows the 30% of a lion pride or the 38% of a leopard. This proficiency comes from a blend of extraordinary hearing and unbelievable leaps. Long legs provide the serval with incredible lift, allowing her to soar 3 meters into the air or leap 4 meters to secure a meal from above. The most vital step is identifying the target. All that remains is the final, decisive move. A female serval's life is a journey of independence and constant awareness. She must carry the weight of raising her young alone, without any assistance from the male. To keep her cub away from the prying eyes of hyenas or the intensity of leopards, she frequently moves her home, leaving no scent behind. The 1-month-old youngsters have started trying meat provided by their mother, yet they still rely on her warmth until they are 5 months old. Every survival lesson, from active listening to the perfect pounce, is taught through real-world practice with live prizes brought back to the den. As the final light retreats, the Masai Mara transforms into an intense sanctuary for shadows. For the wildebeest herd, existence narrows to the keen vigilance of hearing and scent. They stand close together, every nostril flaring to detect a stray molecule of scent in the night wind. Yet nature often favors the most capable. Strong night gusts not only distract the senses of the prey, but also completely veil the footsteps of those gathering in the darkness. In the thick darkness, the lioness possesses an overwhelming biological advantage. Their eyes are a masterpiece of evolution, with light-sensitive rod cells 6 times more effective than human vision. A reflective layer behind the retina allows them to capture every stray particle of starlight to reconstruct a clear image of their interest. However, superb eyesight is only one part of the story. A lioness carries a relatively small heart, making up about 0.5% of her body weight, which prevents her from sustaining long-distance pursuits. Her assets are explosive energy and extreme patience. The lionesses do not work alone. They function as an organized special unit. Through subtle glances and quiet vocal cues, they have their strategy down to a science, pinning their interest in a pincer movement. Those on the wings begin to direct the wildebeest herd, steering them straight toward the members waiting in the center. When the gap narrows to 20 meters, the silence is completely lifted. The lead female surges forward with an explosive speed of nearly 60 kilometers per hour. Amidst the chaos of 1,000 hooves, she zeroes in on a single individual thanks to her sharp motion detection. A sudden strike combined with a firm hold on the throat interrupts the air supply of the subject. A successful nighttime outing brings a survival rate of up to 30% for the pride, an impressive figure compared to their more modest results during the day. In this nocturnal kingdom, superior teamwork and vision turn these shadows of the brush into the ultimate masters of the life cycle. As the pride settles into their nightly feast, the surrounding shadows erupt with eerie laughter. The spotted hyenas have arrived, the most persistent figures next in line at the site. A resonant roar from the king is all it takes to keep them at bay for a while, securing the meal for the delicate cubs. Yet the patience of these scavengers knows no bounds. They are truly biding their time. They linger in the shadows, catching the inviting scent of a nutrient-rich meal. At the forefront of the cleanup crew is the spotted hyena, a creature with an incredible bite force of 9,000 newtons. This strength surpasses even that of a lion, allowing them to break down the sturdiest bones to reach the nutrient-rich marrow within. They aren't just looking for scraps. They consume the skin, horns, and every remnant left behind, going the whole 9 yards. Their digestive system functions like a natural chemical plant, with potent stomach acid, capable of fully processing even the most durable tissues. As the lion pride finally moves on, a new commotion begins with the arrival of the black-backed jackal. These nimble scavengers choose not to challenge the muscular strength of the spotted hyena directly. Instead, they utilize a cunning hit-and-run tactic. Possessing a sharp sense of smell that can pick up a scent from several kilometers away, they are often among the first to arrive. Their compact and agile bodies allow them to weave through openings, quickly claiming soft remnants before vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. They are opportunistic phantoms, surviving by being quick on their feet and knowing how to strike while the iron is hot when the giants leave an opening. The true conclusion of the feast belongs to the vultures as the first light of dawn appears. Though they often watch from the skies, they must wait for the mammalian hunters to move on before they can step in. These biological cleansers use their sharp, hooked beaks to clear the final remnants from eye sockets and the deepest reaches of the ribs. Evolution has granted them a featherless head for cleanliness when reaching deep inside, ensuring no unwanted hitchhikers cling to their plumage. With a stomach pH near 0, they neutralize potent pathogens like anthrax or botulinum toxin at the source. Vultures are the final stop for illness, ensuring the harsh conclusion of one's journey doesn't become a widespread crisis for the plains. In the Masai Mara, existence is a tightly woven cycle, where the remains of one provide nourishment for thousands of others. The dawn light reveals the bleached frame of the wildebeest, with not a single morsel left behind. The vultures take flight, cleaning the slate for the quiet start of a new day. Across the parched Mopane Savannah, some creatures do not travel in groups. When a male buffalo passes the age of 12, his presence can sometimes pose a challenge to his own group. He lives solo or with a few other seasoned males. South Africans refer to this species by a nickname, the Black Death. Cape buffalo are involved in about 200 final endings with hunters each year across Africa, more than any other large mammal on the continent. This evening, a dagga boy. No herd, no sentries. 200 meters away, a young male lion has been watching since early afternoon. The 3-year-old male is in the most testing transition of a lion's life. He was moved out of his original pride upon reaching maturity, and he is now carving out a niche of his own. To prove his capability, he requires a significant achievement. A solitary dagga boy, in theory, is the ideal prize. He follows the first part of his mother's teachings. Never approach a buffalo from the front, as the wide sweep of the horns and an upward thrust carry enough force to cause significant harm. From behind lies the blind spot. But this is where the young lion's education was incomplete. The hind legs of a mature buffalo support about 40% of his body mass. For a 700 kilograms dagga boy, that is roughly 280 kilograms of force that can be released in reverse. For the buffalo, the encounter ended at the moment of contact. A male lion with a chest injury cannot compete to establish a territory. He must seek a region with a gentler social structure, or he will not last long enough to try. All three use the same defensive move, the back kick, and all three make the same predator learn the hard way. But what happens when the defense isn't found in the hind legs, but in a front limb as tall as a man? In popular culture, the giraffe is known for its graceful and gentle presence. An adult giraffe reaches a height of 5 meters and a weight between 800 and 1,200 kilograms. However, a forward kick from a mature giraffe delivers about 140 kilograms per square centimeter. This force is enough to cause significant harm to even a seasoned lion. A lone lion facing a full-grown giraffe is a rare choice. A well-coordinated pride of 4 to 5 members will sometimes give it a go. One initiates the pursuit to steer the giraffe toward favorable terrain, while the others wait at interception points along the retreat. Standing 5 meters tall and weighing 1,000 kilograms, this giraffe has navigated many encounters with lions in its lifetime. The chase begins as 2 lionesses surge forward from behind. Its pace is fast enough to keep its distance, yet slow enough to maintain balance for a defensive move if needed. A young lioness in the pride, confident in her own speed and strength, decides she can settle the matter early with a bold move. The battle is far from over. In the kingdom of the wild, even the apex predators must fight to survive. Among all these prey, which is the predator's greatest challenge? Leave a name in the comments below and join us for Animal Kingdom: Brutal Kicks for Survival. A decade of drought. The Ruaha River has run dry, forcing every creature from predator to prey to converge upon a stifling arena. For the Asilia lion pride, starvation is an ever-present threat. Desperation drives reckless behavior, such as hunting a giraffe, climbing is not the giraffe's forte. An exceptionally high center of gravity, spindly legs, engineered only for stability on the plains. Perhaps a longer run-up would make the difference. But no. Their hooves offer insufficient traction. They lack the necessary agility for steep inclines. Retreat is a wise decision. He chooses the longer path, a safer route. The pride sees an opportunity. The giraffe is the gentle giant of Ruaha. They represent a mountain of meat for the Asilia pride. But also an impenetrable fortress. The neck is the most powerful and versatile weapon in the giraffe's arsenal. In their world, necking is one of the most violent and brutal experiences they face. The clear intent is to inflict real injury, using the horns atop their heads, known as ossicones, to target the soft, vulnerable underbelly. A life or death struggle to establish the hierarchy of dominance and secure mating rights. If necessary, they can also unleash a kick. Another weapon capable of crippling even the Savannah's heaviest contenders. And this kick, of course, can crush an entire dynasty. Before they can dream of that giant, the Asilia pride must face reality. The 50 degrees Celsius heat is scorching them. But none dare lose focus. The pride's meal today hinges entirely on this ambush. But the attempt has failed. All because of one impatient male. The severity of the drought is fueling resistance. The zebra is the familiar quarry. All the power from massive haunches and thighs channeled into a single point. It refuses to accept its fate. For a predator that relies on a suffocating bite, a broken jaw is a death sentence. In a fierce struggle, the prey does not back down. Could this be the lion's most dangerous quarry? Leave a comment if you believe there is another species. But now, let us return to the Acilia pride. The wildebeests leap. They shift their sights, following the zebra. Tireless warriors on a migration of thousands of kilometers. The wildebeest. But hunger and pressure from predators have also emboldened this species. A sudden, unexpected leap. The lioness tastes failure once again. The toll of the chase is too great. Heat shock and the buildup of lactic acid in the muscles. The heat is killing them, even without the claws of an enemy, while another is lucky enough to bring down prey. A rare, successful hunt. But because of this, the game of survival grows far more savage. The wildebeest have learned that the best defense is an attack. After every hunt, the prey grows more aggressive, and the predator is losing the upper hand. Any survivor of the savannah will use everything it has to live just one more day. Lions are not the only predators to endure the prey's fury. The power of a zebra's kick is a force of absolute nature. It is strong enough to fell a full-grown wildebeest with a single blow. It is brutal enough to shatter the jaw of its own kind in a territorial dispute. Even the cheetah, the fastest hunter on the planet, is not exempt. A zebra foal is the easiest prey in theory. But the stallion will not allow that to happen. He deliberately places his body between the predator and the foe. A defensive tactic more sophisticated than a simple kick. A cheetah cannot risk an impact while traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, with a body weighing 250 kilograms. Even a seasoned cheetah cannot stand against a united family, even when the hunt is successful. It must still face the wrath of a mother. A protective instinct honed into a lethal weapon. The prey in Ruaha refuse to accept the role of victim. They fight to wrestle free from the jaws of lions. They bite even hyenas to claw for their lives. At the water's edge, they snap back at crocodiles. They struggle to escape the death grip of two predators at once. But to escape the crocodile is only to face the pride. Yet, a stunning reversal. An act that defies instinct. For the Acilia pride, every prey is fighting against their very own existence. The Acilia pride has run out of options. They turn their eyes back to the giant. The most effective way to fell a giraffe is a strike from point-blank range. A surprise ambush will leave the towering prey no time to react. Every ambush position must be meticulously calculated. The relay race begins. Long legs grant the giraffe a speed superior to the lion's. Its cardiovascular and respiratory systems are optimized for endurance. By contrast, lions possess explosive speed, but their stamina is woefully poor. Exploiting this, the giraffe uses the very terrain as a weapon. The pride is lured into a labyrinth of twisted trunks. Vision is obscured and acceleration is neutralized. The first attempt, an utter failure. They shift targets. A giraffe mother and her newborn calf. A 5-meter impenetrable wall. But the lions have waited for a moment of lapse. But a mother never abandons her own. And the calf, living under its mother's protection, will also fight against the predator to protect its family. Yet the giraffe is unaware that the very strength it takes pride in can betray it. Before long, the lions will uncover its fatal flaw. But not yet. The Acilia pride remains consumed by their current tactics. First, a lioness secretly breaks away. She finds the ideal ambush site. The rest of the pride will begin the chase. Their ultimate goal is to drive the giant prey toward the lioness lying in wait. But the coordinated attack does not go according to plan. The kick has crushed her chest or shattered her spine. This is a loss greater than any the Acilia Pride has endured until now. The price of recklessness and error on the unforgiving Savannah is too high. The Acilia Pride has lost an irreplaceable hunter. Now the entire pride focuses all its anxious vigilance on the new generation. 6 weeks of concealment. This young female cub has lived in absolute secrecy. The Acilia Pride has hidden her fragile scent from predators. But today, along with her siblings, she will join the creche. A protected fortress, guarded by at least 4 of the Pride's adult warriors. In theory, this cub is safe. All the lionesses have cubs. The young are especially ravenous for milk during the dry season, but their mothers will not indulge them. Feeding time comes only after the peak heat has receded. The cubs will derive all sustenance from their mother's milk until 8 weeks of age. Lionesses raise their young through a communal system. This is the foundation for future hunting alliances. Bonds forged in blood will determine the rise of the pride. But predators are not the only danger. There is a more ever-present threat. Nomadic males roaming the periphery, waiting for a sign of weakness. If they can overthrow the Acilia alpha male, the result will be a massacre, infanticide. By eliminating the predecessor's bloodline, the females will return to estrus sooner, and the invaders will establish a bloodline of their own. The huntresses of Acilia will not allow that to happen. They are compelled to resurrect this dynasty, and the young must learn to survive as quickly as possible. It begins with enduring the drought of Ruaha and securing prey for the pride, but all these challenges are mounting. Surviving the heat is no simple feat. Lions cannot sweat. Lacking sweat glands, they must pant to expel the excess heat. The waterhole is an ideal location. To quench a thirst, to cool down, and to hunt. Hundreds of black giants, a wall of muscle and razor-sharp horns. Stalking an entire herd of buffalo is a bold decision. So the Acilia Pride seeks an opening. A calf. The first step is to create chaos. A classic separation tactic. The weakest member is left behind. It must face the starving Acilia dynasty. But victory is short-lived. the furious mother returns, dragging the aggressive herd with her. The hunters of Acilia are mothers too. They understand that maternal instinct wields a power more terrifying than anything. Another target is chosen, an injured buffalo. Even so, this 200-kilogram bulk fights back fiercely. The siege mobilizes nearly every member of the pride. But the prey's herd decides to leave no one behind. The Acilia pride is scattered by a furious charge. The pride loses yet another hunter for weeks to come. Tragedy follows loss. The Acilia pride is worn down by hunger and the heat. Today, they decide to scatter, seeking smaller, solitary prey, but safer ones. The cubs can wait no longer. Reason and hunting experience are drowned out by hunger and feeble whimpers. The desperate mother throws herself against a colossal wall. An elephant, even a young one, already possesses thick skin and physical strength far superior to a lion. A lone and reckless mother, but she refuses to quit. Behind her lie her cubs, the future of the dynasty. There is no meal for the cubs. Their mother has lost to absolute power. Fortunately, she escapes unscathed. The balance of power in Ruaha is tipping dangerously, as an entire dynasty crumbles and the prey rises in power. Elephant social structure is not exactly like the lion's, but they share one commonality. Upon reaching adolescence, males are forced to leave their maternal herds. Typically, they seek to ally with other males to form bachelor groups. A safe environment to cultivate strength and wisdom, thereby improving breeding chances when fully mature. But today, this young bull stands alone. But that does not imply weakness. He knows his advantage well. And exactly how to wield it against the savannah's most dangerous predators. He charges with a startling acceleration that his massive size belies. Giant strides shatter what little illusion of power remains for the lion pride. The Acilia pride's desperation reaches a breaking point. When kings falter, even the cowardly grow bold. The cheetah is fundamentally a fragile predator. Its body is engineered for speed, not brute strength. A light, delicate bone structure is the price paid for its phenomenal acceleration. This makes them exquisitely vulnerable. In the natural order, warthog piglets are established prey. They sit low on the food chain, an assumed easy meal for the big cats. To say nothing of a coalition of 3 male cheetahs. But this warthog piglet has other plans. The threat of its latent tusks is magnified by recklessness and sheer speed, leaving the entire hunting coalition utterly humiliated by one small prey. But things are different when the coalition's numbers swell. A 5-member coalition is a statistical anomaly. It fundamentally changes the rules of the savannah. Topi wakes up and sees 5 big cats coming for it. Together, they can hunt larger, more dangerous quarry. A feat a solitary cheetah would never dare to dream of. More importantly, they can defend what they kill. 5 organized cheetahs are a force capable of challenging an entire small hyena clan. These opportunistic predators are the greatest concern for the Acilia pride. In a one-on-one confrontation, the lion is larger, heavier, and physically stronger than the hyena. But the hyena clan possesses a more terrifying weapon. It is sheer numbers. A collective intelligence fueled by relentless persistence. This threat is etched deep into the lion's evolutionary history, and the lioness's maternal instinct is pushed to its absolute limit. The price paid for safety is steep. The hyena's jaws, a tool designed for crushing bone, have torn into the flesh of her hind leg. Bacteria from the hyena's mouth now invades the open wound. Infection is a hanging death sentence. The prime huntress of the Acilia pride is severely injured. The entire dynasty is now imperiled more than ever before. In your opinion, hunger, drought, or enemies, which poses the greatest threat to the survival of the lion pride? The dry season's thirst relentlessly drives desperation. The Acilia pride wanders ever farther, seeking new territory, safer. The leader begins to gather young lionesses under her command. The number of members grows from 3 to 5 and reaches 7 individuals, laying the foundation for a new empire amid the open grassland. With unyielding determination, a superior individual naturally leads a collective that did not gather merely by chance. This army operates as a perfect survival machine where the power of life and death lies entirely in the hands of the female leader. Under the slanting evening sun, the waves of golden grass conceal the deadly steps of the lion pride advancing. Each movement reaches absolute precision as the main hunters begin to deploy their formation. Communicating through eye contact and body language, these warriors execute a coordinated plan with no gaps. The leader holds the center, flanked on both sides by guardians in the deadliest ambush formation in the wild. Not far away, a herd of zebras still grazes peacefully, completely unaware of the silent shadows narrowing the distance. Pressing in through low bushes, 3 lionesses lock onto the target with cold yellow eyes. The distance shortens to less than 30 meters, while the zebra herd is still entirely paralyzed by the impending danger. When the signal is given, the leader explodes with terrifying speed, directly attacking the unfortunate prey. The thunderous roar tears through the air, pushing the zebra herd into a vortex of extreme panic. One individual collapses, marking the brutal first victory of the young coalition. However, this is just the beginning, as the success rate of lion hunts typically ranges from 25 to 30%. Each failure, accounting for 3/4 of attack attempts, becomes a costly lesson for the leader to master the harsh land. The roar of this species can carry up to 8 kilometers, a proud declaration of sovereignty sent to the entire Savannah. Yet the wild world still holds other formidable rivals waiting for this new ruler. Under the fiery sunset, a dark mass of muscle moves majestically. Weighing nearly 900 kilograms with armored skin, this creature possesses curved horns resembling the helmet of an ancient warrior. That is the buffalo, the most formidable giant on the savannah, with a surprising agility hidden behind a stubborn appearance. The dark eyes constantly scan the space, missing no small movement from lurking assassins. High vigilance is the survival key of this species through millions of years of history. They form impregnable blocks of strength by maintaining herd life from a few dozen to hundreds of individuals. Although unity is the core strength, the desire for power still always burns within the herd. Under the burning twilight sky, 2 giant males advance toward each other with a clear intent of dominance. The blazing eyes and confronting horns signal an uncompromising showdown about to begin. The sound of clashing iron horns echoes throughout the plain like sledgehammer blows. Each charge carries the staggering momentum of a 900-kilogram body, making the ground tremble and red dust billow. The 2 duelists stagger back, then continue lunging at each other, turning the contest into a test of the limits of both physical strength and will. Whoever hesitates first will immediately lose their position and must accept a humiliating defeat. While impalas contest position within the lek, a distinct form of physical competition unfolds across a different part of the savannah. This one bypasses antlers. It is fought with the neck itself, used as a pendulum-driven weight. As male giraffes enter adolescence, a social drive begins to pull them toward their own kind. They separate from their mothers and join wandering bachelor groups. These groups distribute predator detection across more individuals, many eyes providing the collective safety that no single animal can offer alone. As the male nears 3 years, the threshold of reproductive maturity, a demanding physical transformation begins. Environmental stress, combined with rising testosterone, begins reshaping his frame into one suited for combat. Unlike the more slender build of females, adult males develop considerably thicker necks and heavier forelimbs that provide a stable striking platform. The neck and skull continue accumulating mass across the male's life. The ossicones and the central frontal ridge gradually build into dense, mineralized projections, converting the head into a weighted striking instrument. Male giraffe society is stratified into 3 tiers, C, B, and A, based on accumulated physical development and competitive history. Rank A individuals hold the dominant position, distinguished by the greatest neck circumference and head mass. Interactions between males are structured around a formalized display behavior known as necking. Junior males approach one another according to a set of implicit behavioral protocols. A specific etiquette governs these exchanges. Each individual maintains a preferred striking side, and both participants consistently respect their opponent's preference. This convention reduces the probability of genuine injury while still allowing the males to assess each other's strength. When breeding access is directly at stake, however, this restraint disappears entirely. Experienced rank A males consistently identify the most mechanically efficient striking angles, maximizing the momentum transferred through the ossicone and frontal bone at impact. Male giraffes do not hold or defend fixed territories. They are wide-ranging individuals moving continuously across the landscape in pursuit of reproductive opportunity. Female giraffes exhibit no conspicuous external signs of estrus, requiring males to conduct chemical assessment through the Flamen response before determining receptivity. At intervals, elevated testosterone produces brief rut periods lasting approximately 2 weeks. During these windows, males display their most assertive and persistent behavior, maximizing every available opportunity before physical reserves are depleted. Following these periods of escalated confrontation, a range of de-escalatory behaviors re-establishes social equilibrium within the group. Male-on-male mounting behavior functions as a post-conflict social mechanism, redistributing tension and confirming the outcome of a competitive exchange. Additionally, a range of affiliative behaviors reinforces individual bonds. Strong individual friendships exist among certain male giraffes. Dominant rank. A males have been observed maintaining consistent mentoring relationships with several lower-ranking individuals, building a layered social network beneath the relentless heat of the open savannah. If the elephant world had a cathedral, it would be Mana Pools, a place where the Zambezi does not merely flow through the terrain, but through the essential character of Zimbabwe's wilderness. The most demanding period at Mana Pools falls at the close of the dry season. The September to November window is referred to locally as Suicide Month. Temperatures regularly surpass 45 degrees Celsius. During this interval, Mana Pools reveals the most severe version of itself. Within the largest individuals, a profound physiological transformation begins to take hold. Must. After dispersing from the natal family, male elephants enter a fluid social structure known as fission-fusion dynamics. Group composition is not fixed. Size and membership expand and contract continuously, shaped by which water sources remain accessible and which males currently hold authority in the area. But when must arrives, prior rankings become irrelevant. Testosterone concentrations rise to approximately 60 times their baseline levels. In this state, a smaller or lower-ranking male may temporarily override a much larger rival, reducing a previously dominant individual to a subordinate position within his own range. The dark, viscous secretion from the temporal gland serves as an unmistakable chemical warning to other males. When two must males meet in the same space, given the combined mass involved and the chemically driven intensity of the encounter, roughly 90% of these confrontations result in the death of one participant. Unlike most mammals, elephant males continue adding body mass and tusk length throughout their entire lives, a span that can reach 65 years. The scarcity of late dry season forces males of different age classes into divergent reproductive strategies. Veterans, males above 35 years, commit to a high-intensity approach, entering must periods lasting an entire month and investing their full physical reserves in pursuing, protecting, and monopolizing access to female herds. Young adults between 20 and 30 years have not yet developed the size needed to compete directly with older males. They adopt the sneaker strategy, a state of sexually active non-must. For 70% of the year, they remain at the periphery of female groups, exploiting windows when dominant males are occupied with confrontation to mate opportunistically. This approach is modest in profile, but still accounts for 20 to 30% of calves in the population. As the cycle of must contests among the grey giants winds down, the Kruger Savannah of South Africa becomes host to a different form of rivalry, quieter in expression, but no less intense in consequence. By 5 years of age, the drive toward reproductive competition begins to take hold. But the body has not yet developed the mass necessary to challenge the bulls that currently control breeding access. These subadult males are pushed out of the main herd. They aggregate into bachelor groups ranging from 2 to 20 individuals. Time in this structure is spent developing body mass and building the dense horn boss, one of the primary indicators of male quality and competitive rank. In Kruger, bachelor groups tend to establish themselves in dense riverine woodland specifically for its nutritional output. The concentrated, high-protein vegetation allows individuals to reduce daily travel distance by roughly 30%. This conserved energy is redirected entirely into muscle development and physical growth. Within bachelor groups, conflicts among young males are resolved through structured displays of relative size and physical development. These visual assessments serve as a first filter, allowing males to gauge one another without committing to contact that could injure both parties. When reproductive competition is direct and displays are insufficient to resolve the outcome, the force generated at impact is comparable to a vehicle striking a fixed barrier at 50 kilometers per hour. The defeated male withdraws with serious injuries, conceding the competitive opportunity to the individual carrying the heavier, more fully developed horn cap. Leaving behind the collision-driven contests of the large browsers, we return to the shaded corridors of the Sabi Sands in South Africa. In a landscape of dense thicket and dry riverbeds, where even moonlight struggles to reach through the canopy, the male leopard exists as a study in contradiction. When a wandering male secures an unclaimed territory, or a new male displaces the previous holder, he brings with him a presence that reshapes every dynamic in the area. Infanticide is most commonly associated with lions. In practice, leopards rank among the predators with some of the highest documented rates of this behavior. Beyond the primary function of eliminating a rival's offspring and accelerating the female's return to reproductive cycling, infanticide among leopards also provides an immediate nutritional return. This behavior accounts for approximately 40 to 52% of all cub mortality in the species and is responsible for the deaths of close to 1/3 of all leopard cubs born. Yet the male leopard is not solely defined by that capacity for violence. Within the high-density population of Sabi Sands, frequent territorial combat carries too high a risk of injury. To sustain long-term viability, leopards here have developed a distinctive spatial management system, relaxed territoriality. Rather than functioning as exclusive spatial occupants, male leopards in this population tolerate overlap of 25 to 46% between adjacent territories. The mechanism enabling this is a time-sharing arrangement. Through scent marking, each male tracks the current position of his neighbors. Instead of forcing a confrontation, they schedule their use of shared areas at non-overlapping times, avoiding costly encounters while each maintains access to his full range. It is an unspoken arrangement, a deliberate restraint that allows both individuals to hunt effectively without absorbing the physical cost of direct conflict. Yet the most unexpected behavior documented within this population is the capacity for kin recognition and its consequences. As an established male ages and his competitive edge slowly declines, his posture toward other males shifts, aggression giving way to a degree of tolerance more consistent with a paternal relationship. Rather than evicting an emerging competitor, an aging male will sometimes permit a maturing son to remain within his range following independence. This quiet concession functions as an intergenerational transfer. The knowledge and range familiarity of the older male supporting the early development of the next, creating one of the more peaceful territorial transitions documented in a species more typically defined by sharp displacement. And while the leopards of Sabi Sands manage their coexistence in relative silence beneath the cover of dense vegetation, across the open plains, a far older and more openly contested rivalry continues with the same undiminished intensity. In the contested terrain of the Serengeti, no meal is acquired without a corresponding expenditure. Every calorie gained here comes at the cost of physical output, and the act of breathing uninterrupted is itself a form of success. As resources contract through the dry season, predators are no longer content to pursue only prey. They begin competing directly with one another. This is among the oldest documented rivalries on this continent, and it plays out with particular intensity within the Ngorongoro crater. Within the crater, spotted hyenas are specialists in exploiting the results of others' effort. They will not burn energy chasing prey across open ground if a kleptoparasitic opportunity exists. A single hyena's call, a cackle or low whoop, functions as an immediate rallying signal for the broader group. Once assembled, rank becomes largely irrelevant. The group employs a concentrated mobbing strategy, pressing toward the target from multiple angles at extremely close range, within 1 to 2 meters of the quarry or competitor. With a bite force approaching 1,100 pounds per square inch, exceeding that of a lion, hyenas reduce carcasses to fragments with efficiency, extracting every available calorie. As few as 4 spotted hyenas are sufficient to force a lioness to abandon a kill. Displacing a manned male, however, demands between 10 and 12 individuals working in coordination. This is the moment the male lion demonstrates both rank and physical presence. If the hyena's call is a tool of psychological disruption, the male lion's roar is the direct counterstatement. At close range, a roar reaching 114 decibels transmits directly through the bones and chest cavity of those nearby. A fully mature male lion exceeds 220 kilograms in body mass, more than 2.5 times that of the largest female hyena. He does not require numerical advantage. A single strike from a mature male carries sufficient force to incapacitate most challengers. When confronted directly by an adult male lion, hyenas consistently withdraw rather than engage. Within the Ngorongoro, a hyena clan facing lionesses alone will successfully recover a carcass in nearly every instance. But when a single mature male lion is present, that success rate drops to 0. The male lion's role in these contests extends beyond passive defense. In many cases, males actively initiate confrontation with hyena clans. Recognizing the matriarchal structure that governs hyena group dynamics, they do not scatter their effort across lower-ranking individuals. Instead, they employ a targeted approach described as a decapitation strike. Within the chaos of the encounter, the male lion isolates the matriarch, the individual coordinating vocalizations and determining the group's tempo and direction. Once the senior female is driven off or subdued, the remaining group, sometimes 30 or more individuals, immediately loses cohesion and disperses. If there is a location where the distinction between predator and prey is most consistently contested, it is the grasslands bordering Lake Manyara in Tanzania. In this environment, the target is not a fleeing antelope, but the African buffalo. In these hunts, lionesses serve as the architects of approach and disruption. The male lion operates as the decisive instrument of force. The presence of a mature, dark-maned male has one specific function: to bring down animals that the females alone cannot reliably control. Dietary analysis indicates that buffalo constitute up to 56% of the adult male lion's diet. For lionesses, the figure is approximately 33%. A mature male buffalo can reach 900 kilograms, more than double the body mass of the females attempting the takedown. Buffalo represent more than calories. They are a measure of competitive capability. Without the sustained energy from large prey, a male lion cannot maintain the physical condition required to hold his position. A buffalo hunt is a coordinated sequence with no margin for improvisation. Lionesses handle the approach work, reading the herd, identifying the weakest or most isolated individual, and managing the initial disruption. The male lion enters the final stage without requiring the same level of concealment. His role is to function as an anchoring force, fixing the target in place once it has been isolated. The male lion's defining contribution in large prey hunts is the muzzle clamp technique. Buffalo carry a thick dermal layer across the neck and powerful musculature shielding the trachea, structures that largely neutralize the throat hold approach used by lionesses. The male, equipped with substantially greater jaw strength, chooses a direct frontal engagement instead. The male lion closes from the front, seizing the muzzle and redirecting the animal's ability to breathe. This becomes a test of mutual endurance. The male holds his grip while the buffalo drives its horns and full body weight in an attempt to break free. Only a fully mature male carries the jaw strength and body mass to maintain this lock without releasing. Yet, the highest stakes confrontations always carry corresponding risk for the individual who engages. A single miscalculation in timing or positioning, and the outcome reverses entirely. In this specific type of encounter, the probability of a fatal outcome for the lion is estimated at approximately 50%. If lions represent mastery of coordinated pursuit, the African buffalo embody the counterpart, an enduring mobile resistance that refuses to yield. The river systems of Botswana, where floodplain meets Kalahari margin along deep water channels, create one of the continent's most intensely contested zones. Here, the African buffalo carries the informal designation of ebony shadow, a reference to the deep apprehension it generates among both predators and rival males. Chobe during the dry season imposes conditions of extreme compression. As water points contract to a shrinking number of viable sites, buffalo aggregate into formations of thousands of individuals. Dominant bulls occupy the outer edges of the herd, serving as a living defensive perimeter that most predators avoid engaging with directly. When predator presence is detected, the herd does not scatter. Dominant males produce low, resonant bellows that trigger the formation of a dense, forward-facing cluster, the horn wall. The thickened boss, the dense horn base, functions as a bony helmet, converting the front of each buffalo's skull into a surface that can deflect a lion's strike. One of the most documented characteristics of bull buffalo is active counter-aggression on behalf of compromised herd members. When an individual is isolated and targeted by lions, lead males frequently launch a coordinated countercharge rather than withdrawing. Footage from Chobe has captured bull buffalo holding lions pinned in trees for several hours, patiently maintaining the blockade until an opportunity for a retaliatory charge presents itself. But away from the main herd, the dynamic shifts towards something considerably more vulnerable. Bachelor bulls occupy a life of ongoing compromise. The riverine thickets offer abundant forage, but simultaneously represent one of the most productive hunting environments for resident lion prides. Without the distributed detection of thousands of animals and the protection of the horn wall, a male within a bachelor group faces an encounter rate with predators 5 to 7 times higher than those within the main breeding herd. In functional terms, these bachelor groups operate as a population buffer. Positioned in the most exposed zones, they absorb a disproportionate share of predation pressure on behalf of the central breeding population. The segment of the herd that carries the greatest reproductive value. Maintaining viability in this position demands consistently elevated alertness. When the option to withdraw no longer exists, they shift into an active defensive posture. The African buffalo has demonstrated to the broader predator-prey system of the savannah. The most effective defense is not necessarily the sharpest weapon, but the collective commitment to stand for one another. Yet other bachelor configurations persist across the savannah. Species that compensate for an absence of raw physical power through coordinated cross-species defensive alliances. The Makgadikgadi Basin of Botswana is one of the largest salt pan systems on Earth. Here, heat distortion renders distance unreliable and terrain deceptive, even to experienced observers. In regional tradition, this landscape is understood as a place of proving ground. Young males displaced from breeding herds are pushed to the margins of this territory. The grass is coarser, water sources fewer, and lion activity remains constant. Yet within these conditions of enforced periphery, a sophisticated collective system has taken shape. In the absence of dominant males offering protection, these bachelors must convert themselves into a distributed intelligence network. Rest within bachelor groups is rationed carefully. Research on zebra bachelor populations indicates that individuals dedicate up to 27% of daylight hours exclusively to active surveillance. This is measurably higher than the vigilance rates recorded in family herds under the protection of a resident stallion. They operate under a rotating sentry arrangement. No single individual bears the full burden of vigilance continuously. Within the adjacent riverine thickets, bachelor buffalo groups maintain their own early warning system, oxpeckers. These birds provide continuous parasite removal while simultaneously serving as a mobile detection network for approaching threats. In these moments, the accumulated experience of older males directs the group's use of the available terrain. They move proactively toward deeper water, an environment that imposes significant disadvantages on pursuing lions. In this medium, the buffalo's physical stability and pushing strength become decisive advantages. They may also channel pursuers into narrow passages where forward speed is eliminated and the pursuing animals become exposed to direct horn strikes. In the Magadic-Gadi, bachelor zebra groups do not operate in species isolation. They employ a mixed species association strategy. They actively integrate with wildebeest herds and giraffe groups to leverage complementary biological capabilities. This arrangement exploits what researchers term the many eyes effect. Giraffe provide an elevated vantage point no ground-level animal can match. Zebra contribute exceptional low-light vision and maintain surveillance at 27% of daylight hours, approximately double the rate observed in family herds. Wildebeest add acute olfactory detection, capable of registering predator scent from distances that exceed the visual range of other species. No visual confirmation of the predator's position is required. This biological early warning network buys the group an estimated 30 additional seconds of lead time before the pursuit begins. When cornered or run across open ground, zebra groups deploy the motion dazzle effect. A predator attempting to isolate a single target finds itself navigating a disorienting, continuously shifting mosaic of stripes. And when withdrawal is no longer viable, these bachelors switch from evasion to forward aggression. They engage with the commitment of animals that have exhausted every alternative. Across the entire breadth of the savannah, time is the one force that cannot be outrun. Those who held dominance through physical superiority must ultimately face an inevitable trajectory, decline. Yet, at the threshold of that decline, the most effective resource available to them is no longer found in strength or speed, but in accumulated experience and the knowledge transferred to those who follow. A society carried forward not by force, but through a chain of mentorship extending across generations. In their earliest years, nearly a full decade, young bull elephants inhabit a carefully sheltered existence beneath the authority of a matriarchal family. Their mothers and grandmothers offer both physical cover and constant vigilance. In time, the first ivory begins to push forward from the jaw. With adolescence comes a gradual displacement. Young males are edged toward the outer margins of the herd, circling the family unit as peripheral observers rather than protected members. Each experience serves as quiet instruction for the world ahead, one where physical strength and accumulated knowledge determine a male's standing. Around age 14, elevated testosterone reshapes their temperament. Dutiful offspring become volatile and confrontational. At this point, eviction is both deliberate and necessary. To prevent inbreeding, the matriarch drives her sons away. The young bulls begin withdrawing from familiar bonds. Some briefly attach themselves to temporary bachelor groups. Occasionally, they drift back toward the matriarchal herd. The separation is total. The bull crosses into the world of solitary males. His path forward is one of self-determination, establishing his rank among the largest individuals on land. Below the slopes of Kilimanjaro, the elephant world is not structured around physical force or predatory leverage. Here, persistence is encoded within brains averaging 5 kilograms, held by individuals who have navigated decades of changing conditions, and it is transmitted through what may be the oldest educational tradition operating on the Savannah, the mentorship system. Unlike the dominance hierarchies that define the large cats, male elephant leadership tends toward consensus. Researchers have documented the use of low-frequency infrasound vocalizations by senior males to guide group movement. This is leadership by precedent rather than compulsion. Movement follows the judgment of an individual whose survival record has demonstrated competence across many dry seasons. Established males function as a social stabilizer with measurable effects on younger individuals. When adolescent males are expelled from the matriarchal herd at approximately 14 years of age, cortisol concentrations rise sharply, producing volatile and unpredictable behavioral patterns. South African conservation records document cases in which young male elephants reached maturity in the absence of experienced bulls. Without exposure to established male behavioral norms, over 40 white rhinoceros were killed without provocation during the young male's adolescent years. Stability was only restored after older bulls were introduced into the population. The presence of senior bulls measurably suppresses the early onset of musth in younger males, reducing the intensity of adolescent behavioral instability, and provides practical instruction in threat assessment and environmental reading. Within Zulu tradition, the male elephant is called Indlovu, a term that captures both formidable force and patient wisdom. As young males develop under the influence of senior individuals, their personalities begin diverging from one another. They cease to be interchangeable versions of the same behavioral template and develop as distinct individuals, composed or socially engaged or deliberately authoritative in manner. The males who achieve the greatest long-term social influence are termed keystone males. They balance the assertion of authority to preserve group structure with the social engagement needed to maintain cooperative bonds. Notably, the presence of younger individuals also measurably benefits the senior males, reducing agitation and increasing pro-social behavior, sustaining a functional intergenerational loop. For a bull buffalo past age 12, the era of herd leadership is a distant memory preserved in the dust of old tracks. Displaced by younger, heavier individuals, these old bulls are pushed permanently to the periphery, living alone or in small groups separated from the breeding herd. They are called the Daga boys. In Zulu and Shona, Daga means mud, a name that references both their appearance and the specific survival tactic that defines their final years. The stagnant wallows and shallow marshes of the Kruger region become both sanctuary and defensive position for these individuals. The thick casing of dried mud across their thinning hide provides insulation against direct solar radiation in temperatures that frequently exceed safe exposure levels and reduces the persistent irritation from the tick and parasite loads that accumulate without herd-level social grooming. Within that aging frame, however, remains a behavioral disposition shaped by decades of intense competitive experience. In the absence of herd protection, Daga boys rely consistently on preemptive offense, an active deterrent strategy, ensuring that the possibility of an attack is addressed before it can develop into a committed pursuit. The fully calcified boss on the forehead has hardened into a surface that resists direct impact, effectively shielding the skull from frontal engagement. Lion prides quickly learn that targeting the head of a Daga boy yields little result, and redirect their attempts toward the hindquarters and flanks instead. This is why these individuals accumulate extensive scarring across their rear and sides. The physical record of encounters in which they refuse to be brought down. An irritable, unpredictable, and aggressively defensive temperament makes Daga boys among the most hazardous individuals on the African landscape. Solitary in their last years, yet entirely undiminished, standing in their mud pools as a permanent reminder that age does not eliminate resolve. For the lion, the final chapter carries a different weight. For a manned male, the shifting color of the evening sky signals a contraction of influence. The physical machinery that once enabled him to hold territory and defend a pride has now begun to work against him under the accumulated pressure of years. On the Savannah, no position of authority is held in perpetuity. Every male eventually settles his account with the ecosystem that sustained him. Lionesses generally outlive males by a significant margin. For a wild male, total lifespan averages between 8 and 10 years. Fewer than a handful will still hold productive territory past age 12. As speed and reaction time begin their decline, as the accumulated damage from past buffalo encounters becomes chronic, the boundaries of the territory begin to contract. The landscape now offers no concessions to his diminished state. Coalitions of young males, heavier, faster, and still building toward their physical peak, press outward from the dense cover. They do not arrive to negotiate terms. They arrive to replace. The transfer of power is direct and physically decisive. The male who loses the contest, if he survives, exits with nothing. No territory, no pride, no standing. he is returned to the margins of the landscape, restarting the nomadic existence of his earliest years, but now carrying a body already bearing the cost of a decade of competition. In this state, he must begin scavenging, competing for access to carcasses against the hyena clans he once drove off with ease. And the closing irony of his trajectory often arrives at the horns of the very prey he once controlled. A dagger boy, alert, armored and without hesitation, can deliver a lethal strike to a male lion whose body can no longer carry the speed required to disengage. This is the savannah's fundamental accounting. The individual who once occupied the apex of the food chain is returned to the substrate beneath the animals he once dominated. The story of Savannah males is one of sustained effort and accumulated dust. But the natural world is not written in a single register. In other regions of the planet, largely removed from this particular arena, the bonds between males take on entirely different forms and expressions. Moving away from the heat-saturated open plains and the resonant calls of the continent's largest land animals, at the westernmost edge of Australia, the Red Desert meets the Indian Ocean. Shark Bay holds UNESCO World Heritage designation. The Malgana people, traditional custodians of this coastline, call it Gutharaguda, meaning two waters. Shark Bay carries historical significance tied to the voyages of Dutch navigators in the 17th century who left inscribed pewter records on the island of Dirk Hartog. But the bay's ecological significance rests in its living systems. The most expansive seagrass meadows on Earth, covering over 4,000 square kilometers, and the presence of stromatolites, mineralized microbial structures that represent some of the oldest biological material documented on the planet. Within these waters, Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphins have developed the most complex multi-tiered male alliance system documented in any non-human species. First-order alliances consist of 2 to 3 males who cooperate exclusively to court and guard individual females. Second-order alliances are broader networks assembled from multiple first-order groups, formed to assist in recruiting females away from rival groups or to provide collective defense during contested interactions. While lion coalitions are anchored in shared genetics, bloodlines forming the basis of cooperation, male bottlenose dolphins construct their alliances through accumulated social interaction and individually recognized signature whistles that function as identifiers. This produces a more flexible and reconfigurable social architecture than the rigid kinship-based hierarchies characteristic of the large cats. Set below the Rwenzori Mountains, known locally as the Mountains of the Moon, and positioned within the western branch of the Albertine Rift, Kibale encompasses 795 square kilometers of montane and lowland forest. It supports the highest recorded primate species density on Earth. Historically, Kibale has been part of the ancestral landscape of the Baturo people, who have maintained a long-standing relationship with the primate communities sharing the forest. It is also home to one of the longest continuous behavioral studies on chimpanzee society, centered on the large Ngogo community. Within Ugandan cultural understanding, Chimpanzees are conceived of as beings that carry a fundamentally human social intelligence within a wild physical form. Their capacity for planning and strategic manipulation frequently demonstrates a depth comparable to our own. Physical strength accounts for approximately half of what determines alpha status in male chimpanzees. The remaining half is political capacity. Where baboons employ the high-risk vulnerability exchange of diddling to test and build trust, chimpanzees operate through what researchers describe as a social market. If baboon dominance resembles authoritarian rule, chimpanzee influence building resembles strategic lobbying, achieved through a sophisticated reading of individual social psychology. A physically smaller male chimpanzee can successfully displace a much larger rival if he develops the skill to accumulate allies. Through strategic food sharing or extended grooming sessions. This is a society governed by implicit agreements and carefully prepared realignments of allegiance, negotiated quietly and incrementally across time. In the forests of Central America, a performance-based reproductive strategy unfolds across the branches. Male lance-tailed mannequins coordinate a precisely synchronized display to attract females. Yet only the alpha male retains reproductive access to the female who responds. Where each male at an impala lek competes independently for his own reproductive access, the mannequin system is built entirely on cooperation between partners. The supporting beta male invests years as a secondary performer in another male's display, receiving no reproductive benefit during this period. This investment constitutes a formal apprenticeship. He learns the full sequence of display behaviors and maintains proximity to the performance site, positioned to inherit the alpha role when the current holder dies. As the sun drops below the Serengeti horizon and the day's light withdraws, the arc of the journey through the Savannah's male hierarchies draws toward a close. But on a landscape defined by cycles, no ending represents a final state. A process is underway that the visible drama of predator and prey rarely highlights: succession. A male lion's legacy is not calculated by the number of contests he won, but by the number of viable offspring he leaves behind. Over a decade of competitive tenure, a successful male may father between 20 and 30 surviving young. This is the measurement of biological continuity. His behavioral tendencies, physical traits, and the specific characteristics of his era are carried forward in those individuals. The exit of aging males is not a diminishment of the system. It is a necessary clearing. It introduces new competitive material and prevents the genetic stagnation that would ultimately reduce the population's adaptive range. The social world of savanna males is a system built on paradoxes, expressed not only through confrontation and scarring, but through quiet cooperation and bonds that persist across years. Within this sustained competition, the ecosystem consistently produces a clear demonstration. The most enduring individuals are not necessarily the most isolated. Genuine persistence lies in knowing precisely when to operate alone, pressing forward as a solitary moving unit, and when to remain within a coalition, functioning as part of an interlocking structure that distributes risk and multiplies capacity. This is the governing principle, the unspoken architecture that enables males across species to navigate the relentless passage of time. In the 21st century, however, the underlying system that has sustained this dynamic faces pressures with no historical precedent. According to 2024 data from the IUCN and WWF, African lion populations have contracted by 43% over just 21 years. Roughly 23,000 individuals currently persist across the continent. They now occupy less than 6% of their documented historical range. The Great Elephant Census confirms that roughly 8% of the African elephant population is being lost annually. Primarily to illegal harvesting and escalating land use conflict. With fewer than 7,000 individuals remaining in the wild, the cheetah is approaching functional extinction faster than the species can reproduce. The removal of males, particularly bachelor groups and senior mentors, represents the dismantling of a functional ecological structure. Researchers identify this as top-down regulation. When lions or leopards are removed from a system, prey populations expand unchecked, leading to overgrazing and the degradation of critical river basin ecosystems such as the Okavango and Chobe. Research conducted by the University of Exeter between 2020 and 2024 provides additional evidence. Protecting mature bull elephants is equivalent to protecting a living social knowledge library. The absence of lead bulls results in social destabilization and an escalation of atypical aggression among younger males, creating increased risk for human communities and other megafauna, including rhinoceros. Yet alongside these pressures, targeted conservation programs are demonstrating measurable progress. In Namiri and across the Serengeti, AI-powered camera systems now identify individual cheetahs from spot patterning with 98% accuracy, enabling researchers to monitor stress indicators and behavioral health of bachelor groups without physical disturbance. In Amboseli, beehive fence installations combined with satellite-based early warning systems linked to the movements of lead bulls have reduced human-elephant conflict fatalities by 7%. The verdant Savannah requires no pity. It demands only our understanding. Every battle-scarred dagger boy, every deposed sovereign wandering through the night, and every elder mentor teaching the youth the secrets of the water. They are all irreplaceable fragments of the magnificent tapestry we call life. Our true legacy is not found in the photographs captured from the seat of a safari jeep. It is the commitment that 50 years from now, the roar of kings will still vibrate the Serengeti soil and the walls of horns will still stand firm against the dust storms of Etosha. Among these diverse brotherhoods, from the calculating dolphin pods to the unyielding buffalo veterans, which bond do you believe is the most enduring and formidable? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this journey insightful, don't forget to like and share this video. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you never miss our next exploration into the heart of the wild. We have just journeyed through the most unfiltered glimpses of the intense pushback from those typically seen as prey, who find themselves standing their ground against those at the top of the food chain. Which creature has forced you to see the wild in a whole new light? Was it the earth-shaking force of a giraffe's hooves or the tusks of a warthog honed to a razor's edge with every breath? Please share your thoughts in the comments. Your understanding is the greatest tribute to these remarkable wild residents. Do not forget to hit like and subscribe to stay in the loop for our upcoming journeys, where we will continue to crack the most mysterious codes of survival. And if you are eager to explore more about these high-stakes struggles for life, please continue your discovery at Win or Die Full episode. Deadliest Battles for Survival or Lion Attack, the Mapogo Battle for Survival. The lioness was clearly jumping the gun by breaking the pride's formation, and lands right in the defensive zone of a mature giraffe holding its ground. This is how nature delivers a lesson that lion parents cannot fully cover. A well-organized group, a lapse in discipline, and a story with no second act. But what happens when there isn't just one hunter and 1.5 million wildebeests arrive like a great wave? The struggle continues through the dry season on the Okavango Delta. Tails stand straight up like antennas as they run. Snouts are pressed to the earth as they forage. In films, they are depicted as friendly, humorous, and entirely harmless. This is the profile of the warthog. The upper tusks of a mature male warthog can reach 25 centimeters. In documented extreme cases, they exceed 60 centimeters. The lower tusks are shorter, but they are the critical point. Every time the warthog opens its mouth to eat, to snort, or to yawn, the lower tusks rub against the upper ones. The animal sharpens its own defensive gear simply through the act of breathing. A mature lioness in a high-density warthog area secures about 10 to 15 warthogs each year. The routine is basic. Steer the warthog toward its burrow, block the exit, and conclude within 30 seconds. She has performed this dozens of times. The challenge is that out of those 10 to 15 she secures annually, most are young or smaller females. A mature male warthog is a different ballgame entirely. The hunting reflex has no mid-air break. Then, she can no longer find her stride. The lioness will not make it back to her pride before dawn. Her group will never find her. The Okavango Delta clears all signs faster than one might think. Finally, the match leads us to an African river where two prehistoric species stand face to face. Mara River, August, the southern crossing point. Back at the Mara River, this time the hunter is waiting beneath the surface. Nile crocodiles inhabit this crossing year-round. During the other 10 months, they sustain themselves on large fish, waterfowl, and smaller creatures that come for a drink. During the 2 months of the migration, July and August, they need only to wait. The herds of wildebeest and zebras will arrive. The grand feast will cross the water. Some will not reach the other side. For Africa's hunters, no event provides a bounty quite like the Great Migration. Nile crocodiles at the Mara crossings have been noted to encounter thousands of migrants each year. Not because of superior skill, but due to the sheer volume of opportunity the migration brings. When a Nile crocodile has a grip with its jaws, it often remains stationary for a few seconds. A mechanism that helps the hunter secure the prize before performing its signature spin. During that lock, the 1,000 kilograms body, half submerged, becomes a shallow obstacle in the current. To a 300 kilograms zebra running from behind under the pressure of the following herd, that obstacle is no longer a hunter. But this female zebra doesn't just try to pull her leg away. She does something perhaps her ancestors passed down through a survival gene. The kick lands on the most sensitive part of the jaw's structure. In the 0.5 seconds that his reflex forces him to reassess his grip, the zebra pulls her leg free. She will carry that mark for the rest of the migration season. But she has truly dodged a bullet. This is what the Great Migration teaches us about the concept of the top-tier hunter. The Nile crocodile has a bite force of 350 kilograms per square centimeter, the most powerful among living creatures. Yet they are not an inescapable hurdle. A Nile crocodile can also serve as a stepping stone when the herd is large enough. When the pressure is high enough, and when an individual still has the resolve to try a second kick after being caught. The Great Migration is often seen as the eternal heartbeat of East Africa, a cycle of life that never truly comes to a halt. However, the years 2024 to 2026 have brought unusual shifts that have shaken up the old ways. Due to climate shifts and erratic rainfall, the traditional path between the Serengeti and Masai Mara is being redrawn in highly unpredictable ways. Instead of completing the full loop into Tanzania, many small groups have chosen to turn back midway or remain in surrounding private conservancies as long as the grass stays green. This flexibility is how they adapt to meet the challenges of the changing climate. Within this massive flow, order is found through an unusual alliance between very different neighbors. Though they boast overwhelming numbers of 1.5 million individuals, wildebeests are notoriously poor at finding their way. Fortunately, they have the zebra, the living compasses of the plains. With exceptional spatial memory, zebras recall every river bend and path from years past to guide the massive group in the right direction. In return for that guidance, the wildebeests bring a masterful sense of smell to the table. They can detect the scent of rain and moisture from up to 50 kilometers away, leading the group toward freshly watered pastures. This partnership is also visible on every stretch of grass they cross. Zebras, with their sturdy teeth, handle the older and tougher grass tops first. This naturally clears the area, revealing the tender young grass beneath for the wildebeests. They need each other to thrive, forming a perfect biological team that overcomes every hurdle, working hand in glove to keep moving forward. Known as the simpletons of the savannah, wildebeests are actually the planet's greatest ecological architects. With an overwhelming presence of 1.5 million individuals, they exert immense biological influence on every land they cross. The secret behind leading 1 million creatures to find the rain lies in their extraordinary sense of smell. A wildebeest can detect moisture in the air and the scent of damp earth from 50 kilometers away. This primitive navigation system is more precise than any man-made device, turning them into true storm chasers on the plains. Amidst the swirling dust, the constant calls serve as an invisible thread of connection. This is why they are also called the GNU. This continuous vocalization ensures no individual strays within the massive sea of life, keeping them all on the same page where visibility is often hampered by sand and heat. Their survival rests on a specialized physical design. Slender yet durable legs allow them to cover vast distances with minimal energy use. A newborn needs only 7 minutes after arrival to find its stride and match the pace of the adults. In this setting, a delay means the journey reaches a premature end. When facing the Mara River and its resident Nile crocodiles, collective intelligence replaces individual commands. There is no single leader who actually gives the order to cross. The decision to enter the challenging waters is the result of mounting pressure once their numbers at the bank reach a tipping point. Those at the water's edge are moved forward by the weight of the thousands behind them, creating a powerful and irreversible domino effect. Their role extends far beyond being mere travelers. Wildebeests consume about 4,000 tons of grass each day, acting as strategic mowers for the African landscape. This grazing stimulates the grass to return faster, softer, and richer in protein for other grazers, helping everyone get a leg up in the competition for resources. They are also mobile fertilization plants, spreading tons of nutrients to restore the soil's vitality and prevent land degradation. By clearing away dry brush, they naturally manage fires and protect the ecosystem from intense wildfires. Their contribution is the lifeblood of the African plains. They serve as a vital resource for prides of lions, leopards, and hyenas. Without this abundant energy source, these night hunters would find it difficult to sustain their legacy. Even the vulture flocks rely entirely on those who do not complete the journey to fulfill their role in keeping the environment tidy. However, to lead this massive energy through the savannah's maze, These simpletons require a guide with a superior memory. The black and white striped companions are waiting up ahead, ready to serve as the living compass for the great journey. If the wildebeest herd is the roaring engine of the Great Migration, the zebra is the navigational brain and the most valiant vanguard. Roughly 300,000 zebras participating in this trek are not merely tagging along. They hold the keys to survival that the wildebeests completely lack. This partnership begins with a silent agreement within their digestive systems. While wildebeests are ruminants requiring tender grass, zebras are hindgut fermenters. This design allows zebras to process the oldest, driest, and toughest stalks that other species often pass by. They act like industrial mowers, clearing the coarse surface layer to reveal the fresh green core beneath for the wildebeest herds. A perfect division of resources helps both coexist on parched land. However, the zebra's true contribution lies in its superior visual navigation. Unlike their companions who keep their noses to the ground searching for rain, zebras possess a topographic map in their visual memory. They recall the exact locations of reliable waterholes from years past, even when the sky shows no sign of a storm. With eyes positioned on the sides of their heads and exceptional night vision, they establish a 360-degree lookout system for the entire migrating group. Any slight movement in the thickets is detected instantly. When those black and white stripes begin to pick up speed, it serves as a silent command to the thousands of wildebeests behind that unwanted company is approaching. The zebra's resolve is most evident at the Mara River crossings, teeming with Nile crocodiles. Wildebeests might stand frozen for hours in hesitation, but zebras are often the ones to break the stalemate. With a cautious yet decisive nature, they are frequently the first to brave the water and clear the way. Those stripes charging through the turbulent currents act as a powerful psychological cue, triggering a domino effect that encourages the masses behind to follow suit. This boldness isn't reckless. It's the calculated move of a species that is always ahead of the pack. Once these striped warriors are settled on the fresh green banks, they leave the stage to the opportunistic hunters waiting for the remains. But before the shadows of the meat-eaters emerge, a smaller antelope species quietly makes use of the final green patches left behind by the massive migrating herd. The Thompson's gazelle is stepping in, bringing a more delicate rhythm of survival amidst the grandeur of the great trek. Thompson's gazelles steer clear of the crowds of zebras or wildebeests. They are the final ones to arrive, a choice that is quite a clever feeding strategy. While zebras handle the coarse stalks and wildebeests take the mid-level greens, they leave behind the short grass near the soil. Often called the microgreens of the savannah. This protein-rich specialty is exactly what the Thompson's gazelle prefers. They make the most of the nutrient-dense resources that the larger species unintentionally overlooked. To thrive as smaller residents, these antelopes have evolved into high-speed marathon runners. While wildebeests rely on strength in numbers, the Thompson's gazelle wagers its well-being on agility and sharp turns at 90 kilometers per hour. When facing a swift seeker like the cheetah, they perform a psychological display called stotting, springing high into the air with all four legs. This isn't out of concern, but a witty message to the seeker. Look, I'm in the pink, so don't bother with the effort. Their caution reaches its peak when facing the challenges of the Mara River. Unlike the impulsive rush of the larger herds, the Thompson's gazelles are the most selective and patient. With such a delicate frame, a strong current or an accidental bump from a wildebeest could lead to a permanent departure. They typically wait for the commotion to settle once the Nile crocodiles are satisfied or occupied by larger subjects. They seek out shallow, calm stretches of the water to ensure they remain safe and sound. Interestingly, aerial views show many of these groups are willing to bypass the crossing if the grazing in the Serengeti remains plentiful. They are expert risk managers, placing their security ahead of following the masses. As these small foragers finish their feast, the silhouette of another guardian appears atop the termite mounds. The topi is patiently biding its time for a turn. While the wildebeest herds pour their strength into a taxing journey of 10,000 miles, the topi display a practical and sharp philosophy for getting by. They are semi-migratory residents, often staying put in the Masai Mara territory year-round, rather than making the draining cycles across the border. As of the year 2026, field records show many local topi groups only travel locally between the plains and the high hills to seek out the fresh shoots appearing after the rains. They hold the moisture map of the reserve, using their deep knowledge of the terrain to stay in peak condition without expending too much energy on the move. When the wave of wildebeests flows in, the topi quickly implement a clever strategy for some added security. They blend into the massive crowd to lean on the safety of numbers, making it harder for seekers like lions or hyenas to narrow their focus. Furthermore, this is a feast laid out in advance. The zebra and wildebeest herds have served as dedicated groundskeepers, clearing away the tough old stalks to reveal the succulent young grass beneath. Standing tall on strategic mounds, the dominant males serve as long-range lookouts for the entire plain. However, this tranquility is but a brief pause in the symphony of life. As the pressure from the crowd pushes the migratory flow toward the lower reaches, the true testing grounds begin to emerge within the Mara River. There, Prehistoric seekers with steel-like scales are patiently waiting in the wings, ready to turn this grand journey into a fierce and intense encounter beneath the murky waters. Beneath the murky waters of the Mara River, an ancient squad of prehistoric hunters silently sets the stage. This is the domain of the Nile crocodile, giants that can reach lengths of over 5 meters and weigh nearly 1 metric ton. Many seasoned veterans here have lived for as long as 60 years. They have observed the Great Migration since a time before humans possessed modern lenses to record the event. These elderly hunters know every bend and every ideal crossing point by heart, where the wildebeest herds will eventually have to pass. The true secret behind this dominance lies in a chilling level of patience. Nile crocodiles are masters of energy conservation. They can go without food for up to 1 year and still thrive due to an incredibly low metabolic rate. They spend most of their time basking on sand banks, absorbing heat and waiting for the only all-you-can-eat season of the year. When millions of animals descend into the river, one giant can consume an amount of meat equal to 20% of its body weight in a single sitting. The fat stored from these grand feasts is the lifeline that sustains them until the next migration season arrives. Since they cannot chew, these reptiles employ a famous processing technique known as the spiral surge. Once they have secured a firm grip on their prize, they rotate their entire bodies at an immense speed beneath the surface. The centrifugal force and torque are so powerful that they can separate joints and tissues in the blink of an eye. Entering the year 2026, the water levels of the Mara River have become more unpredictable than ever due to shifting currents from upstream. When the water is deep and fast-moving, this becomes the land of plenty for the crocodiles. Wildebeests, swept away by the current, become a meal served on a silver platter, requiring the crocodiles to hardly break a sweat to claim them. Though they do not truly hunt in groups, dismantling a large prize like a zebra requires pulling forces from multiple directions. Here, opportunistic cooperation arises. They are willing to share the bounty to take advantage of the rotational force provided by their neighbors. After the meal, their stomachs, which possess the highest acid concentration in the animal kingdom, process whatever remains. From bones and horns to the hardest hoof fragments, everything is completely dissolved. After every migration season, the riverbed is left spotless thanks to the thorough cleanup efforts of this reptilian army. However, on the shallows and along the banks, another curious figure waits quietly to tidy up the final scraps that even the crocodiles overlook. That would be the marabou stork, the street sweeper of the savannah. When the vivid feast of the heavyweight hunters concludes, the dark butler of the savannah truly begins his work. The marabou stork, also known as the undertaker bird, appears like an old man in a classic tuxedo strolling through the remains of life. Do not let this hunched posture and somewhat elegant attire pull the wool over your eyes. This is one of the largest birds in the world, with a wingspan that can reach 2.9 meters, rivaling the mightiest representatives of the African skies. Standing tall at a height of 1.5 meters, they tower over the scene, completely dominating the vultures bustling about. That featherless head and neck are a masterpiece of practical evolution. Much like a surgeon, the lack of feathers allows them to comfortably reach deep into the remains without worrying about fluids or bacteria sticking around, making the cleanup after each shift much easier. The vibrant pink air sac beneath the neck is not for storing food, but rather a sophisticated temperature regulation device and a tool for producing strange calls to attract a mate. Their most impressive feature is a long, hard and sharp beak shaped like a chisel, which can pierce the toughest wildebeest hide with ease. In the survival cycle of the Great Migration, the marabou stork serves as the final logistical anchor. They consume everything from aged meat and fallen fish to the scraps that even hyena packs overlook. These are mobile biological incinerators, a team of unsung heroes who help clear health risks like anthrax or plague from the grasslands, ensuring the safety of the entire ecosystem before a new cycle begins. At Masai Mara in 2026, ornithologists have noted the incredible intelligence of these birds as they begin to shift their traditional habits. They do not just wait patiently by the riverbank, they also gather at waste sites near human camps or follow wildfires to catch insects fleeing the flames. With the personality of a neighborhood bully, they frequently shoo away vultures or stand beside the crocodiles to snatch bits of meat flung from the spiral surge. Though often regarded as the least attractive bird on the continent, without them, the savannah would be overcome by strong odors and serious illnesses. However, the appearance of the marabou stork carries a meaning much deeper than a free meal. When those pink air sacs expand and their eyes turn toward the horizon, they are sensing a change. Alongside other migratory birds at the Masai Mara, they are quietly forecasting the conclusion of the dry season. An invisible signal is spreading through the clouds, marking the return of the rain showers, the ultimate source of life that will drive the Great Migration to continue its epic journey across the final wild lands on Earth. Serengeti. A kingdom where shadows pursue and the sun challenges every living soul. But look higher. Above the dust and essence of the plains, another dynasty reigns supreme. This is the Empire of Wings, where these masters of the air call the shots. Within the Mara River basin and the inhospitable alkaline lakes, every drop of water is a promise, yet also a clever ruse. African fish eagle. An emperor dressed in a uniform of sharp contrast between the snowy white of the head and neck and the deep chocolate of his body. He does not merely observe, he is presiding over a court upon the water. His piercing call, cutting through the air, is the voice of Africa, a firm declaration of sovereignty echoing throughout the valleys. Yet he possesses more than just a voice. He is a precision instrument. From a strategic high point on the branches near the water, he marks a target, a silver flash beneath the waves. He launches. Gravity becomes an ally. With a plunge at a lightning-fast speed, he thrusts his talons forward like steel pincers. Biological sophistication meets the raw intensity of instinct. Beneath his feet are spicules, small, sharp, and sturdy spikes. They are the iron cuffs of the sky, designed to ensure that once the talons have locked, no slippery fish has a chance to slip away. Fish, water birds, or turtles all fall under his jurisdiction. In the Mara, the African fish eagle does not just hunt. He is reclaiming what belongs to his empire. Life in the water always carries a price, and this king is the ultimate debt collector who clearly rules the roost. Moving away from the rushing waters of the Mara, the journey leads to another challenging landscape, Lake Magadi. Here, the ground is parched and the highly alkaline water can sting the skin of any predator. Yet in the heart of this intense environment, a brilliant legion is rising, lesser flamingo. They are the smallest of their kind, yet they display the most intense shades. A deep, concentrated pink, as if they have absorbed the very essence of the sunset. However, this beauty is an illusion. It is not naturally born. It is a beauty that has been borrowed. That pink hue is a declaration of survival, crystallized from carotenoid pigments found in the potent food sources they consume. They transform these substances into glory. Look at the way they bow their heads, a patient ritual of gathering nourishment. The deep crimson beak, nearly black, curves sharply like a scythe of destiny. Within that curve lies a complex filtration system, a marvel of evolution that helps them separate spirulina and cyanobacteria from the unwelcoming water. In a place where the towering potential of hydrogen levels could overwhelm most life, the lesser flamingo continues its dance against all odds. They are the alchemists of the Savannah, defying extreme conditions to turn a harsh lake into a fiery paradise. In this kingdom, beauty is not for the faint of heart, and their brilliance serves as armor against the severity of nature. Yet in a world of wild sounds, silence sometimes carries the ultimate power. Look toward the shallow waters where a towering figure stands guard. The saddle-billed stork. A giant reaching a height of 1.5 meters, standing firm like a prehistoric sentinel. It wears a black and white uniform of chilling contrast, but the highlight of this specialist lies in its massive bill. A masterpiece of intimidation. Vibrant red and jet black blend together, and resting atop the base of the bill is a brilliant yellow saddle, a regal mask for a heart of stone. It moves with the rhythm of a phantom, without a sound, without a ripple. Keen, cold eyes watch every tiny movement hidden beneath the mud. And then the strike is delivered. The long bill, sharp as a spear, pierces through the natural armor of fish, frogs, or unfortunate reptiles. A final resolution carried out with absolute precision. The most striking part? Those it pursues will never hear it let out a cry. The saddle-billed stork is a silent spirit of the savannah, a creature that lacks a voice box in exchange for the quietude of a professional hunter. Instead of a song, it communicates through the sounds of a life cycle concluding. A dry, cold clattering of the bill echoes through the stillness, a staccato of bone against bone. No words are needed, no shouts are required. In the realm of predators, the silence of the saddle-billed stork is the final verdict for any soul that happens to cross its path. Where the loner finds tranquility, others march like a legion. Great white pelican. A fleet of living sails dressed in pure white feathers that occasionally turn a vibrant pink as the breeding season takes center stage. A massive presence that fills the lake, but do not let that somewhat heavy appearance fool you. They are masters of encirclement tactics. This is not a simple search, it is a full-scale blockade. They move as a unified front, a phalanx of feathers. By simultaneously beating their massive wings against the surface, they turn peace into a chaotic scene, herding the unfortunate fish into the unforgiving shallows. There is no escape. There is no compromise. And then the abyss opens wide. The vibrant yellow pouch beneath the throat, the powerful gular pouch, can take in 13 liters of water in a single expansion. A massive net of living tissue. Keep in mind, they do not use it to store nourishment like a pantry. They use it to filter through destiny. An immense pressure is created to squeeze the water out, casting aside the river's extras and leaving only the desperate silver pulse of the catch before it is embraced by the darkness of the esophagus. In the Empire of Wings, synergy is the ultimate weapon, and this White Legion never lets their catch off the hook when negotiating with fate. While the Pelican Legions scour the lake with collective strength, another specialist quietly practices his trade in the murky strips of water. African spoonbill, a pure white phantom, bearing legs and a face as vibrant red as if tinted by the very color of previous resolutions. But look at his equipment. A long, flat bill that flares at the end, a curious creation of evolution. He does not go looking for a catch. He is scanning destiny. He does not need sharp eyes to see through the thick mud of the Serengeti. Instead, he performs a mechanical dance, dipping his bill and sweeping it back and forth in steady arcs. A true biological sensor. Deep within the outer layer of that spoon-shaped bill is an incredibly sensitive nerve network. An extremely sophisticated living radar system. Just the slightest vibration, a flick of a crustacean or a faint fin pulse of a small fish, is enough to trigger the final verdict. A lightning-fast snap, showing he has the move down to a science. In the Empire of Wings, the final moment does not necessarily come from a sharp gaze. Sometimes it comes from the most delicate touch amidst the murky waters where the shadows hide every mystery. But not every king of the waters needs a massive frame to command respect. Sometimes the most potent threats hide within the smallest forms, proving that good things come in small packages. Just 13 centimeters of fierce survival instinct. Malachite kingfisher, a living gem carved from precious stones and fire. Its back carries a vibrant turquoise hue, contrasting with a belly of fiery orange that mirrors a Serengeti sunset. And crowning its head is a proud black-striped crest, the badge of an elite tracker. It stands there, motionless, a statue of patience perched upon a dry riverbank branch. It does not move. It does not breathe. It waits for a single ripple, a sign of activity beneath the surface. But the water's surface is a master of deception. It bends the light, distorting the position of the prize to conceal the truth. Most hunters would miss their mark, but not the malachite kingfisher. Its eyes possess a biological mastery over the phenomenon of refraction. It calculates the reality behind the surface distortions, identifying the target with millimeter precision right from the air, showing it is a cut above the rest. The plunge happens in a split second. A feathered arrow launched from the bow of instinct, it pierces the surface, a blur of turquoise and orange, and emerges before the ripples can even spread. A fish, an insect larva. A life concludes faster than a blink. Tiny. Radiant. But in this kingdom, even a gem can be a highly determined specialist. The waterhole where the jade shines, another dark silhouette quietly emerges as an enigma of the wetlands. Hammerkop. Its entire body bears the earthy bronze hue of soil and stone, a perfect camouflage in the transition between water and mud. Look at its silhouette, a crest extending backward, combined with a heavy bill to cast the shape of a prehistoric hammer. A tool for an ancient trade. He prowls the silent reaches of the shallows and mud. He does not simply wait, he takes proactive action. Using a calculated foot-shaking technique, he sends shockwaves deep into the mud. A tactical disturbance. He forces those in hiding, frogs, tadpoles, and small fish, to reveal themselves before delivering the concluding strike. However, the true authority of the Hammerkop lies not in the pursuit, but in the monuments he leaves behind. He is the supreme architect of the Serengeti. He does not just build nests, he constructs fortresses, a towering structure reaching 1.5 meters in height, woven from thousands of branches and mud. An incredibly sturdy engineering masterpiece, it is truly built to last, strong enough to support the weight of a full-grown adult without budging. In a land of shifting sands and fleeting lives, the Hammerkop builds for eternity. A bronze king in a wooden fortress, the keeper of the secrets of the marsh. While the Hammerkop builds sturdy fortresses, another challenger defies the laws of gravity right on the surface of the water. African jacana. A vibrant chestnut figure, elegant with a white neck and blue-gray bill, glides through floating vegetation like a marshland illusion. But its secret lies not in its plumage, but in its feet. A marvel of evolutionary design. Toes of an improbable length, delicate yet possessing great strength. They are more than just feet. They are sophisticated instruments for weight distribution. With an expansive stride, the African jacana turns fragile lily pads into a stable pathway, allowing it to calmly walk across water where any other would be overtaken by the deep. It prowls and seeks out insects and invertebrates right on the ceiling of the aquatic world. But within jacana society, the reversal of roles goes beyond just their footsteps. This is an empire of queens. Polyandry, the practice of having multiple male partners, a departure from the usual standards of the Savannah. Here, the female is the supreme ruler, commanding the territory and overseeing a harem of her own, clearly proving she wears the pants. After placing her eggs, the sovereign departs for new horizons, leaving her loyal subjects, the males, to handle the duty of incubation and raising the next generation on their own. A solitary father protects the lineage in the Empire of Wings, while his queen continues to expand her dynasty. But where the brilliant light of the Serengeti becomes unreliable, a master of cunning transforms shadows into a final gift. Black Heron, a monochrome silhouette cast from lead and ash. Lacking brilliance and flair, it prowls like a quiet presence within the shallows. He does not chase his catch, he invites them into the great beyond. Observe the dance of the shadows, the canopy feeding technique. With a deliberate and calculated motion, he spreads his wings wide, forming a perfect circle around his head. The umbrella of the night appears. This is a masterpiece of deception. That umbrella is not just an optical tool that eliminates the blinding glare of reflections, allowing the seeker's eyes to see through every truth hidden beneath the murky surface. It is also a clever psychological maneuver. Amidst vast waters filled with uncertainty, shadows are often seen as a sanctuary. The small fish seek out this dark nook as a final refuge, falling for it hook, line, and sinker as a peaceful haven amidst the surrounding turmoil. Yet that tranquility is a falsehood, a hidden chamber of finality. Just as the catch finds comfort in the shade, the sharp bill descends. In the Empire of Wings, sometimes the place that appears most secure is where the end waits with a smile. The shadows do not save them. They only veil the conclusion of their journey. Leaving the hazard-filled waters behind, the frontier of survival shifts deep into the labyrinth of acacia trees and dense thorn thickets. This is the domain of the stealthy ones, where shadows hide discreet resolutions that are every bit as intense, often staying under the radar. The African harrier hawk glides through the canopy like a pale grey phantom, with broad wings and a lone white band cutting across its jet-black tail. But look at the face of this seeker, a patch of pale yellow skin like a soulless mask. When its intensity rises and excitement takes hold, that mask transforms into a vibrant red, a signal that a final moment is drawing near. The African harrier hawk glides through the canopy like a pale grey phantom with broad wings and a lone white band cutting across its jet-black tail. But look at the face of this seeker, a patch of pale yellow skin like a soulless mask. When its intensity rises and excitement takes hold, that mask transforms into a vibrant red, a signal that a final moment is drawing near. As the sun-drenched kingdom fades into the shadows, the daytime rulers step aside, handing the throne to a different entity. A phantom takes command at the pinnacle of the night, Varro's eagle owl. A giant carrying the weight of 3 kilograms of muscle and raw intensity. He is dressed in pale gray plumage with tiny speckles, turning his massive frame into a part of the dim moonlight. That signature facial disc is more than a mask. It is a sophisticated sound-receiving device, scanning for even the slightest heartbeat hiding beneath the canopy. But look at those eyes, the most recognizable feature and the most peculiar, vibrant pink eyelids. A unique signature, a striking mark of nature upon the face of this nocturnal specialist. A pink blink, the last thing a catch might perceive before the shadows descend forever. He is called the Lord of the Night, not because of prestige, but because of absolute quietude. The unique structure of his wing feathers is a masterpiece of sound-dampening engineering, allowing him to glide like a thought, without a sound, without a warning. He approaches his target as an inevitability of fate. And when he descends, it is an irreversible event. Incredibly strong feet deliver a grip powerful enough to conclude the journey instantly. His roster of targets shows no bias, from large insects and other proud birds of prey to even prickly creatures like porcupines or unfortunate young monkeys. In the woodland kingdom, when the sun retires, Varro's eagle owl is the definition of profound awe. A silent seeker, a sovereign with pink eyelids, he rewrites the rules in the dead of night with feet of iron. Yet as dawn pierces the night of the Varro's eagle owl, a more radiant dynasty rises from the acacia canopy. An entity draped in the colors of dreams, yet possessing the instincts of a seasoned warrior. The lilac-breasted roller. It is hailed as one of the most exquisite beings on the planet, a living masterpiece of grandeur within the woodlands. At least 8 shades interweave across that small frame, a proud lilac on the chest, a vibrant turquoise belly, a stoic brown back, and wings of deep velvet blue. It wears the formal attire of a nobleman, but carries the heart of a conqueror. Do not let its beauty pull the wool over your eyes. Upon the parched acacia branches, it perches like a sentry guarding the frontier. Its sharp gaze scans every inch of the earth, waiting for a lapse in caution. When an insect, a small reptile, or even a mouse moves below, this noble figure sheds its refined grace. It plunges, a direct and forceful descent, before carrying the prize back to the branch to finalize the catch. And then, pride reaches its peak in a grand exhibition of the self. The name roller is not a coincidence, it is a declaration of aerial dominance. To attract attention, the male launches itself high, defying the pull of gravity before diving in a dramatic spiral. It tumbles, rolling through the air, paired with resonant calls to announce its arrival. In this kingdom, beauty is not simply for admiration. It is a subtle weapon. It is a display of true might. The lilac-breasted roller stands as proof. Even in the world of stern survival, flash and flare are still part of the struggle for the crown. Yet, if the lilac-breasted roller is the embodiment of extravagance, then deep within the thorn bushes, another class is quietly building an empire of meticulous detail. These are devoted laborers in a world of hunters. Smaller sparrows, yet weaver birds carry the ambition of master architects, and their skills are second to none. During the breeding season, the males shed their ordinary look to don a brilliant golden formal suit, accented by a mysterious black mask, a perfect appearance to charm their own kind. In contrast, the females remain hidden in simple grayish-brown coats, a wise choice to blend into nature, where standing out often leads to an early departure from this life. They operate as a single, unified entity. Large flocks descend to the ground, sweeping through the thickets to harvest seeds and insects. Within their vast numbers, they find safety. But the true arena for weaver birds does not lie on the ground. It resides high above. Beneath the shadow of sharp acacia branches, an engineering marvel begins to reveal itself. These are the most talented engineers of the avian world. With no blueprints and no tools, using only beaks and feet, they begin the journey of weaving life together. Each blade of grass and every leaf is knotted and intricately interlaced to form pouch-shaped nests suspended in mid-air. These are not just nests. These are strategic fortresses. They are hung from the thorniest tips to challenge reptiles, turning a snake's pursuit into an exercise in futility against the acacia's spiked barriers. The knots are impossibly complex, showing an amazing resilience against the fierce storms of the savannah. In a kingdom of sharp fangs and claws, the legacy of weaver birds is maintained not through force, but through persistence and the tightest bonds in nature. Leaving the thorny labyrinths of the woodlands, the journey of survival leads us into the grand theater of the Savannah Plains. A boundless space with no room for concealment, where standing out is part and parcel of life under the gaze of the horizon. Here, the giants reign supreme. A living legacy from prehistoric times, the largest and heaviest bird still walking this planet. Common ostriches aren't merely birds. They are the mobile fortresses of the savannah. Look at the class division in this dynasty. The males wear a contrasting black and white uniform with great pride, while the females choose the brownish-gray hue of the earth. A perfect camouflage to blend into the parched grasslands. In a world of elite seekers, the common ostrich possesses a high-tech warning system. Its eyes, with a diameter of 5 centimeters, larger than the brain inside its skull, are powerful lenses. It senses a final sunset when a foe is still a faint ghost on the far horizon. If the sky refused them the right to fly, the ground compensated with a primal power. Long legs, rippling with muscle, and featuring only 2 toes on each foot, a perfect design for speed. This is the king of high-stakes sprints, one who can tear through the Savannah mist at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. A kick from those legs carries enough power to hasten the departure of a leopard in the blink of an eye. But to sustain such a massive body, it must accept a stern diet. A true omnivore, it scours for everything from seeds and plants to unfortunate lizards or insects. Lacking teeth to grind, the common ostrich turns to a strange ally, pebbles. They swallow stones into their gizzards, using those biological mills to break everything down into the fuel of life. In the infinite space of the Serengeti, the common ostrich stands as a monument to perseverance. A flightless giant that dominates the land with the eyes of a prophet and the legs of a storm, proving it is head and shoulders above the rest. But if the common ostrich has surrendered the sky, another carries its burden like a taxing crown. The Cory bustard. The cloud's heaviest aristocrat, a mass of muscle and silver-gray feathers that can weigh up to 18 kilograms, a direct challenge to the laws of physics. It can take to the air, but it holds no love for it. Flight comes at a steep price, an energy expenditure the Savannah never pays back. Thus, this monarch chooses to walk, silent, poised, with a black crest standing tall as a symbol of the upper class in the heart of the Serengeti. Every step is a calculated pursuit. It is an omnivore with the palate of both a tyrant and a connoisseur. It sweeps up panicked grasshoppers and overcomes small mammals with the resolve of a ground hunter, yet it has an odd craving for the golden amber seeping from the acacia tree. Acacia gum, a sweet, lingering resin, a gift from the thorns for the patient. When the season of romance dawns, the Cory bustard sheds its stoic mask to perform a peculiar transformation. It inflates its throat to 4 times its size, turning its neck into a brilliant white orb of plumage. A deep boom echoes, a low-frequency vibration cutting through the morning haze, a powerful call to potential partners. Weighted by gravity, yet elevated by spirit, in a kingdom where every ounce of weight comes at a cost, the Cory bustard stands its ground. It walks on, head held high, ruling the earth with tireless strides. But across the open savanna, another distinct silhouette strides, one who has traded the perks of warm thermal currents for the grit of the dusty earth. The secretary bird is a curious blend of a regal eagle's frame and the spindly legs of a crane. It is draped in elegant silver-grey plumage, accented by tight black feathered leggings on its thighs, like a knight preparing for a quest. And behind its head sits an unmistakable feature, a row of long black feathers splaying out, resembling the quill pens once used by old-world clerks. Do not let its somewhat scholarly appearance deceive you. This is a professional pedestrian seeker, a bird that is a cut above the rest of the grassland specialists. It strides with pride across the Savannah plains, turning every footstep into a thorough search. Rodents, lizards, and especially snakes, the silent shadows of the grass, are its marked targets. Even a highly venomous cobra is simply another name on its list. Once a target is identified, the specialist makes its move. No need for a sharp beak, no need for aerial maneuvers. It utilizes its exceptionally strong legs like unwavering precision tools. A lightning-fast strike lands directly on the target's head. This is the peak of biological specialization. The secretary bird's strike carries immense force, 5 times its own body weight, and it all unfolds within a mere 15 milliseconds. Nhan hon mot kai chop mat. Faster than the reflexes of even the swiftest reptile. This precise calculation ensures the target, even the most venomous snakes, is neutralized instantly by a decisive impact before they can even think of a counter move. A final quietus delivered from the sky, yet granted by the legs of the earth. While the secretary bird works alone as a knight of the shadows, another legion is taking over the space below with sheer numbers and commotion. The ground troops of the dusty Savannah, helmeted guinea fowl. Look at their formation. A unified mass of rounded silhouettes, draped in dark grey armor, speckled with tiny white dots like millions of pearls scattered across the wilderness. But the elegance stops there. Above the bare neck sits a peculiar featherless face, revealing vivid blue and red skin, like the war paint of an ancient tribe. And reigning on the crown, a sturdy, bony crest, the casque that serves as a helmet for true warriors. They don't just move, they march, proving there is strength in numbers. A collective defined by discipline and extreme vigilance. These are the low-level specialists, the unyielding rivals of ticks and the hidden termite empires beneath the soil. They churn up the Serengeti dust, searching for seeds and wild tubers, turning every square meter of land into a zone of thorough clearing. But the true power of the helmeted guinea fowl lies in their calculated partnership. They are the ultimate followers, often shadowing the footsteps of giants like elephants or herds of antelope. When the heavy tread of large beasts stirs up hiding insects, this pearl-clad legion is ready to gather the bounty from the chaos. Yet, in the kingdom of Seekers, they hold an even more sacred duty, the sentinels of the Savannah. With sharp social instincts and constant caution, no movement from a rival can slip past those thousands of eyes as they keep a weather eye out. A lurking leopard or an unusual ripple in the grass from a lion will trigger a startling alarm system. A piercing, loud and chaotic cry erupts, slicing through the stillness of the grassland. It is the symphony of life and its inevitable conclusion. When the helmeted guinea fowl sounds the alarm, the entire savannah stops to listen. A call for safety, not just for their own, but for every being sharing this demanding landscape. Those helmeted warriors are the invisible shield, ensuring the pulse of the Serengeti is never silenced by a sudden advance. But as the ground troops withdraw into the shadows of the thorn thickets, the sky opens to welcome its true sovereign. Martial Eagle, the one carrying the ultimate power of an apex predator. Look at the conqueror's attire, a dark, earthen brown cloak across the back, with a white armored belly speckled with black spots like insignias of previous encounters. Brilliant yellow eyes, lenses of destiny, pierce the savannah with a vision 4 times sharper than that of a human. From a distance of 5 kilometers, when everything is still a blur to others, it has already finalized the fate of its subject. Its territory is not measured in square meters, but by an entire kingdom spanning 100 to 300 square kilometers. A borderless empire where every inch of land lies under the watch of a god of war, a place where this eagle clearly calls the shots. Its tactics are the cunning of a phantom. It does not chase, it claims its prize. It circles at unreachable heights, becoming invisible to the trembling eyes below. And then, when destiny calls, it performs a stoop, a breathtaking descent that tears through the air. Gravity is no longer a burden, it becomes a weapon. With massive talons carrying the strength of prehistoric pincers, the martial eagle defies every law of physics. It can secure targets twice its own body weight, monitor lizards, monkeys, or even young antelopes taking their first steps. All find no way to evade its divine strength. A reckoning from the clouds, a dynasty built on absolute authority and thunderous strikes delivered without warning. Amidst the majesty of the rulers, the Serengeti sky welcomes a mesmerizing acrobat, the Battalieur. An entity wearing a palette of artistic chaos, a blend of deep black, chestnut brown, and silver gray. A fiery face with skin and legs of bright reddish orange, as if it just stepped out of the savannah's forge. but look at its silhouette as it glides high above. A tail so absurdly short that its legs are left exposed to the air, an unmistakable figure, a challenge to every aesthetic standard of the skies. In French, bateleur means tightrope walker, and the sky is that very fragile thread. It flies like no other. It tilts and leans, constantly rocking its long wings in a quest for eternal balance. A precarious dance amidst the warm currents, a performance of calculated instability. This acrobat doesn't just live by skill, it lives by cunning, a professional opportunist. It won't turn down a found feast, yet remains a spirited presence for small birds and reptiles. It is even a skybound rogue, ready to claim the rewards of other seekers with the boldness of a celestial wanderer. In the art of survival, this bird truly knows how to play its cards right. In the vast expanse, the bateleur is a daring traveler. Both an artist and a wanderer, it proves that in this kingdom, balance isn't about standing still, but about constantly leaning to find opportunity within the flux of destiny. Every dynasty eventually crumbles, and every epic requires a final full stop. When warmth has fully departed from the flesh, and even the proudest seekers must concede to the steel-like hide of the fallen, that is when the keeper of the keys to the crypts emerges. The lappet-faced vulture. It does not simply land like a bird, it descends like an inevitable fate. Look upon that face. A visage forged from the most haunting dreams of the Savannah. The head and neck are bare, a hauntingly vivid pink without a single feather for cover. The sagging folds of skin, the lappets, turn it into a figure wearing a mask of age and ancient authority. But what truly establishes order at the Feast of the Remains is the massive beak, thick, sturdy, and sharp as a blade. In the kingdom of incomplete passings, the lappet-faced vulture is the only one holding the privilege of opening the way. While smaller scavengers stand by in helpless hesitation before the tough hide of an African buffalo or elephant, this figure steps forward. It asks for no permission. It claims its place, proving that the buck stops here. That powerful beak carves through the sturdiest fortresses of bone and flesh, stripping away stubborn tendons with calculated resolve. It is the absolute ruler of the remains. A single massive dark shadow swooping down is enough to bring an end to all chaos. Lesser foragers must draw back, making room for the king of finality. Even so, this is not merely a feast upon the fallen. This is a stern ritual of purification. By consuming what is left behind, the lappet-faced vulture sweeps away the seeds of illness, preventing a chain reaction of decline across the Serengeti. A specialist carrying the mission of a savior, ensuring that the departures of today do not become the calamities of tomorrow. Life continues simply because it has cleared the path by finishing what was left behind. In the kingdom of the Masai Mara, life isn't just lived on the parched earth, it's guided by invisible cues from above. Great herds of wildebeest might have a sharp nose for water, but they are never alone in their search for sustenance. High above, birds operate as nature's most elite meteorologists. They possess senses far beyond human understanding, allowing them to read weather scripts before the first dark clouds appear on the horizon. In the world of wings, every vibration in the air carries a secret code of the grassland's renewal. One of the most supernatural abilities is the perception of infrasound. Large storms or heavy rains, hundreds of kilometers away, often generate low-frequency sound waves, falling outside the range of human hearing. Birds like swifts and storks possess a sophisticated receiving system right within their skulls. They hear the rolling thunder and the heavy fall of rain, while these are still merely ghosts on the other side of the continent. When these flocks begin to gather and move in a single direction, it serves as a confirmation that life-giving resources are waiting there. The scientific depth of this gift lies in a special part of the bird's ear called the vitale organ. This is a biological barometer incredibly sensitive to atmospheric pressure. It took millions of years of evolution for these small beings to sense the slightest drop in pressure before a cold front arrives. When the pressure dips, birds immediately adjust their behavior by flying lower or seeking a new sanctuary. These changes do not escape the eyes of the antelope herds below. The movement of the sky acts as a compass for the weary feet on the ground. Among the prophets, the Abdim's stork holds the most venerable position, known as the rainbird. The appearance of tens of thousands of Abdim storks in the Masai Mara is a sure promise that showers will arrive within 24 to 48 hours. These storks travel on warm air currents that lead the rain fronts. They aren't just searching for food. They are riding the heat waves that signal an end to the dry spell. As their wings fold onto the acacia branches, the herds understand that green grass is about to return to the plains. The song of the red-chested cuckoo also serves as a wake-up symphony for the entire grassland. Local people call their distinctive cry Piet mi vru. This bird begins to sing loudly and continuously as soon as the moisture in the air rises, often several days before the first rains fall. This isn't a random song, but a biological response to the changes in humidity and the electrical charge in the air. This call spreads through the thickets, stirring the migratory instincts of millions. The link between birds and wildebeest is a wonder of shared information. Wildebeest may not possess superior intellect, but they are master observers who know the ropes. If large birds like eagles or storks fly in unison toward one direction, the antelope tend to follow, as that usually leads to underground water or freshly sprouted grass. Their high-altitude vision allows birds to see the greening on the distant horizon where a local shower has just passed, creating flight paths that guide the herds below. Conversely, If the sky suddenly goes silent and birds seek deep shelter, the herds know a major storm is approaching and they must prepare for a new trial of survival. Scientists have deepened our understanding of this relationship through data from Global Positioning System and Global System for Mobile Communications collars on migratory birds. These devices show a perfect correlation between bird flight paths and the river crossing schedules of the wildebeest. Birds are always ahead of the curve regarding the weather, and humans now use these very meteorologists to accurately predict when the surge of migration will reach the Mara River. At the threshold of a changing season, when the Serengeti heat becomes a severe trial and the Savannah holds its breath in anticipation, the oldest guardians begin to emerge. Not from the clouds, but from the very dust of the earth. Giants cloaked in solid black, striding like prehistoric shadows. Look at that face, a mask of vivid red skin, haunting and commanding. On the females, a blue patch at the throat appears as a badge of rank, and those long, unusually thick eyelashes provide a gaze that is hauntingly human, the eyes of a witness who has observed the sternness of the plains throughout 70 years of life. Southern Ground Hornbill, a true family regiment moving in a disciplined phalanx formation. With an exceptionally strong beak carrying the force of armored pincers, they hold authority over every creature below. From large insects and armored tortoises to venomous snakes or hares, nothing can slip away from this absolute search. But their true power lies in a mystical connection to the sky. They are called the Thunderbird. When atmospheric pressure begins to shift and moisture-heavy clouds are still forming on the distant horizon, the southern ground hornbill already hears the whispers of the storm, knowing relief is on the horizon. Their low, resonant calls, like marching drums, can pierce through the savanna mist for 5 kilometers. This is not just a call to their kind. It is a symphony of renewal. In this kingdom, they are the sages possessing decades of memory, maintaining their dynasty through cooperative breeding, where the entire clan protects a single bloodline. When the foe thunder from their throats echoes with energy, the entire savanna knows the reign of the dry spell is nearing its end. The heralds of the rain have spoken, and the destiny of the Serengeti is about to be rewritten with water. As the drum beats of the Thunderbird slowly fade into the distance, another aristocratic figure appears through the misty haze of the wetlands. A symbol of elegance in a land of intense competition. The gray-crowned crane. It does not walk like a seeker. It moves with the poise of a monarch on a royal tour. It is dressed to the nines in calm ash-gray formal attire with pure white wings, but true royalty sits atop its head. A crown of golden bristles shining under the scorching sun. The crimson and white patches on its cheeks and the vivid, inflatable throat pouch are marks of a noble lineage, a haughty beauty that withstands the stern nature of the Serengeti. Each of its steps is a firm command upon the earth. Using a calculated and forceful stomping technique, it sends vibrations through the dry grass. This rhythmic disturbance causes insects to leave their cover, only to be reached by the sharp beak of the ruler. Grains or small reptiles, nothing can refuse the appetite of this sovereign. Evolution has granted it a privilege that its cousins in the crane family never attained. With unusually long hind toes, it is the only one capable of perching firmly on high branches, observing the world from a superior vantage point. It finds complete safety from the risks waiting below. Yet, the most sacred role of the gray-crowned crane is the prophet of the dance. As moisture begins to fill the atmosphere, the ritual commences. Reverent bows and spontaneous high leaps. These are no random games. This is the secret code of renewal, a dance marking the divine moment when the rains begin to fall, signaling the ideal time to build new homes. When that golden crown bobs amidst the savannah, the entire kingdom knows that life is about to be refreshed. A ritual of hope, a promise of continuity performed by the sky's only aristocratic dancer. But amidst the stifling heat of the parched lands, as the cracked earth awaits salvation, a blood-colored dagger begins to flicker behind the thorn bushes. The red-billed hornbill, a creature of modest size but possessing the will of a resilient warrior. Look at the long, curved beak, as bright red as if dipped in flame. A perfect tool for unearthing the secrets of the dark soil. It does not fly in dull, straight lines. It moves in a signature undulating rhythm, swaying like the very breath of the savannah as it waits for the rains. On the ground, it is a dedicated mercenary. Keen eyes scan every centimeter of dust to seek out termites, ants, or stubborn beetles. When protein sources become scarce, it accepts gifts from the flora, scavenging seeds and fruit to sustain itself. But the red-billed hornbill's dynasty is not built through hunts, but through a ritual of profound sacrifice. When the first seasonal raindrops fall, softening the parched crust of the Serengeti, a decree of instinct is issued. This is the moment for voluntary confinement. The female withdraws deep into a tree hollow, surrendering the vast sky to become a prisoner of the future. Using mud, soil, and waste, she constructs a sturdy wall of isolation, sealing the entrance and leaving only a narrow slit, just wide enough to communicate with the outside world. A fortress, a prison, a profound effort to shield the bloodline from the reach of those who track them. Now, the fate of an entire generation rests in the hands of the one who remains. The male becomes the sole lifeline, prepared to go the extra mile by tirelessly transporting food through the tiny opening until the chicks are strong. Within the darkness of the hollow, the mother waits, shedding her old feathers to prepare for a rebirth. A steep price for safety, a dynasty nurtured in seclusion until the mud barrier falls and a new generation is ready to conquer the sky. In the furnace of the open plains, where sunlight erases every shadow and heat stifles the pulse of life, a phantom of the dust arises. Yellow-throated sand grouse. It wears a uniform of invisibility, a perfect blend of sand and gravel, making it a ghost within the parched savanna. The male, with a vibrant yellow throat and a bold black band across its chest, strides like a guardian of the arid lands. Yet beneath its quiet exterior lies a mission of survival that is as demanding as it gets. When the waterholes evaporate and a perilous trial begins to claim the next generation, the yellow-throated sandgrouse becomes a mobile canteen of destiny. This is a marvel of biological engineering. The father's breast feathers are structured like an organic sponge, capable of absorbing and securing precious droplets amidst the scorching heat. It takes flight, a solitary journey through searing air currents to reach distant water sources. There, it dips into the water, filling its reserves for the demanding journey home. Back at the nest, the chicks are exhausted by their thirst for life. In a touching ritual of survival, they surround their father, drawing every life-saving drop from the soaked feathers. It is a silent sacrifice, a bridge of water built in the heart of the drought. But the yellow-throated sandgrouse is more than a devoted father. It is a prophet. When the vast flocks begin to shift their flight paths, the entire Serengeti holds its breath. Their movement serves as a map to moisture, a signal that the rain-bearing currents are beginning to stir. Following the sandgrouse means following the first seasonal rains. These heralds of the dust are leading the way for the renewal of an entire kingdom, proving they truly know their stuff. And as the prophecies from the sandgrouse fade, an entity carrying the beauty of ancient myths emerges, marking the intersection of earth and sky. The hoopoe, the one wearing the crest of throneless sovereigns. A vibrant, pinkish-tan, fan-shaped crown tipped with black, which can spread with pride or fold back like a scepter of power. Its body bears a stoic pink-brown hue, contrasting sharply with wings and a tail patterned in black and white stripes like a zebra. A perfect formal attire for the final messenger of the dry season. It does not seek its sustenance through force. It works with the refinement of a skilled surgeon, and its timing is on the money. A long, slender beak, as sharp as steel forceps, constantly probes deep into the cracked soil of the Serengeti. It doesn't just search for protein, it investigates every crevice of dry grass roots to pull out those in hiding, larvae, crickets, or the most stubborn insects. No secret beneath the earth can evade its questioning. Yet within the kingdom of wings, the hoopoe holds a sacred position because of its voice. A rhythmic melodic call resonates, piercing through the mist of the changing seasons. To the ancient tribes around the Serengeti, this is no random sound. It is a hallowed summons, a petition sent to the moisture-laden clouds, urging them to pour down life and wash away the dust. When the song of the hoopoe takes over the air, the savannah knows the reign of thirst is about to conclude. Still, dignity does not equate to vulnerability. In this demanding world, life must always be shielded at a steep price. To counter shadows like snakes or mongooses, the mother bird has developed a formidable chemical defense. A pungent, potent secretion is released, forming a barrier of scent to surround the nest, a firm deterrent to ensure the future remains intact. Sharp, sacred, and resolute, the hoopoe stands there at the threshold of dust and rain, a final messenger confirming that the pulse of the kingdom is about to return. As the initial raindrops descend, the symphony of wings at the Serengeti finds its crowning glory, a perfect conclusion to a season of proud endurance. We have just explored together the rawest glimpses into the relentless cycle of life and the delicate balance within the Savannah kingdom. Which creature in today's journey caused you to look at the natural world through a different lens? Was it the steady, focused patience of the Savannah's determined seekers, or the brilliant forecasting wisdom of the wings high above? Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Your appreciation serves as a tribute to these magnificent wild beings. Be sure to like and subscribe to stay the course with me on our next field expeditions, where we will continue to decipher the most mysterious codes of survival. And if you wish to explore more about other wild beings, you might find that those stories really hit the mark. So feel free to continue at Win or Die, full episode. Deadliest battles for survival or lion attack. The Mapogo battle for survival. And more abundant. But the river is a deadly boundary. It is patrolled by an ancient ruler, perfectly equipped for this environment. The mothers fight in sheer desperation. But they are utterly helpless against the planet's most powerful bite force. There is no hope left for the cub. The Accilia dynasty has reached its lowest ebb. Relentless failed hunts. Mortal wounds sustained protecting food and the pride. Consecutive losses choke the resolve of the survivors. Now, the Accilia pride is left with only two choices: to rise or perish. To achieve this, they need their best hunters. That hunter must turn the most dangerous place, the water's edge, dash dash. into a tactical weapon. This is why the lionesses with smaller, more agile bodies that attract less attention than the males are the primary hunting force of the dynasty. But more than individual skill, collective pride intelligence is the most powerful weapon. It allows the Acilia pride to marshal a large-scale hunt, targeting the vast impala herds at the water's edge. The pride splits into two. One half encircles from a distance, slowly tightening the noose. The other half, the most elite hunters, lie silent in ambush. The water's edge was once the pride's tragedy, but it is also the prey's weakness. The Acilia pride exploits this vulnerability perfectly. They succeed in manufacturing chaos. But controlling this chaos is a significant challenge. But fortune smiles upon the dynasty after so much tragedy. Only a small impala, but it will be the catalyst for a powerful resurgence. The hunger persists. The huntresses decide to return and face the zebra. After the anguish of the past, this is the moment for the lionesses to assert their role. They are ruthless predators. The objective is to apply multi-directional pressure, causing the prey to exhaust rapidly. Acilia pride has also learned a costly lesson in energy conservation. They must employ the lowest risk, least energy-intensive tactics to take the easiest possible meal. Thus, they look for the signs of disease, advanced age, or immaturity, but also factors external to the animal, such as the environment and the prey's herd structure. They will work as a unified unit to isolate a vulnerable individual from the protection of the herd. The Acilia pride has learned to overcome the zebra's lethal hind kick. The dynasty has regained its strength, but these small meals are merely a temporary measure. To survive, they must attempt the impossible, to face the giant. A relay chase is now underway. The mother giraffe and calf quickly reach the absolute limit of their endurance. Her muscles are saturated with lactic acid. But conversely, the chase has utterly drained the lionesses. They must finalize this drawn-out conflict. An approach from the flank neutralizes the giraffe's devastating kick. Lions are coordinated hunters. As one is thrown clear, others immediately move in to take its place. The 6-meter fortress has been breached. A race of attrition where the advantage never lay with the lumbering giants. A magnificent feast for the Acilia pride, with the giraffe calf serving as the appetizer. This is their first substantial meal in weeks. Instantly, the perfect cooperation of the hunt dissolves. Raging hunger overshadows all social order. The lionesses who participated in the kill, the ones who risked their lives, expect the prime portions. But the dominant male will not allow it. As protector of the territory, his needs are paramount. The internal organs, the liver, heart, and kidneys. These are the most nutrient-dense portions, packed with essential vitamins and minerals that will restore his strength so he may continue to defend the dynasty. Only then will the lionesses take their turn, and finally, the cubs. This is why the pride requires such colossal meals. For if the food is insufficient, the entire pride descends into a chaotic scramble. Not resting on victory, the kings of the savannah always seek to enhance their power. They dedicate their time to observing the prey, a crucial decision. The giraffe's extraordinary height allows it to browse on acacia, leaves no other species can reach. But to drink, it is forced into a profoundly vulnerable posture. Its complex circulatory system must work over time to regulate blood pressure, preventing the rush of blood to the brain. The advantage of a high vantage point is lost. Crucially, in this posture, it cannot react to another, more aggressive giant, nor can it flee in time. 20 minutes later, the unlucky giraffe becomes an unexpected meal for the Acilia pride. But more than mere sustenance, the pride has learned the gigantic prey's fatal flaw. Days later, with the previous kill nearly depleted, the Acilia pride mounts a hunt to test their grim conclusion. The giraffe's long legs are a double-edged sword. They can strike back at the predator, but they can also cause the mother to accidentally crush her own calf. Even if the hunt does not succeed, it still leaves a terrible tragedy for those left behind. As the mother fights in desperation to protect the scant remains of her own calf, that weakness is exploited ruthlessly by the pride. They force the giraffe to huddle down in panic to protect her calf. while the hunting pride diverts its attention to finish the mother. The survival of this dynasty is built upon the tragedy of another. That is the brutal law of survival in Ruaha. The largest feast of the dry season is over. Now, Acilia settles into a deep meat coma. The energy from the feasts is used to strengthen social bonds. The females tend to the wounds of the hunters who risked everything for the pride. Lion saliva contains mild antiseptic enzymes. This aids in a swift recovery. The head-rubbing ritual activates special scent glands located around the face and chin. They exchange scents, creating a collective signature that reaffirms allegiance. The cubs have had time to acclimate to the lessons of survival. They begin to stalk and pounce on their mothers' tails. They wrestle one another in mock battles, an essential rehearsal for future combat skills. With the dynasty's physical strength fully restored, the season of mating also arrives. The alpha male begins to fulfill his duty. Following the tragedy at the water's edge, securing the next generation is more urgent than ever. That loss triggered a hormonal response, compelling the pride to compensate for the devastation. Beyond the biological imperative and primal animal instinct, the mating season also brings deep tension to the pride. If the pride holds more than one male, a challenge could erupt. But the lionesses will not allow the tension to escalate further. Any change in the established order would threaten the dynasty and its future. Time moves on. The youngest litter of cubs is 1 week old. They will be able to move in 3 more weeks and must join their mother on the journey to the next lair. Every 3 or 4 days, the mother must relocate her cubs to a new den. The accumulation of scent in one place for too long is an invitation to predators. In this very moment, its ancient rival, the hyena, has breached the territory. The mother must drive the hyena out before the predator's keen sense of smell can detect the scent of the young. Though the cubs are safe, their hiding place has been compromised. The pressure is heavy upon the lioness. She must find a new refuge as quickly as possible. At 2 months old, the cubs will be physically robust enough to follow their mother onto the open plains. At last, they will join the creche and fall under the protection of the entire pride. There, their father is the most dominant king. His resounding roar shakes every challenger within an 8-kilometer radius. The tide is turning for the most powerful predators in Africa. But in Ruaha, a great victory is never a secret. The scent of death becomes an invitation to survival. Dusk is when the clan of the Savannah's most ruthless predator emerges. The Assyria dynasty has risen through its hunting triumphs. But can they sustain it against the war of attrition waged by the hyenas? Under the scorching sun of the Okavango savannah, a pack of African wild dogs relentlessly chases a lechwe. The slender legs of the prey skim over the shallow waters, creating splashes as it seeks escape. The wild dogs, agile yet hesitant, pause momentarily at the water's edge. Their lean frames are not built for water pursuits, but their unyielding persistence drives the lechwe into a corner. Just as the prey seems trapped with no way out, another sound cuts through the tense atmosphere, the signature laughter of a clan of spotted hyenas. From the distance, more than a dozen hyenas approach, their long legs and sloped backs enabling them to stride boldly across the shallow waters. With swift and powerful movements, the hyenas overwhelm the exhausted lechwe, taking it down in mere moments. The wild dogs, though determined, cannot stand against the overwhelming numbers of the hyenas. Forced to retreat, they abandon their hard-earned prize. Unfazed, the African wild dogs resume their search for a new target, but luck refuses to favor them. Once again, just as another prey is taken down, the hyenas return like relentless opportunists. Growls fill the air, tension crackles, and the wild dogs are once more outnumbered, retreating under the forceful unity of their rivals. Do you think hyenas are just scavengers, known for stealing food, or are they true predators? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Stay tuned for the next part of this video to see that survival for them is about much more than just taking meals from others. With teamwork and boldness, they hold their place in the food chain. Their complex social structure and masterful survival skills are nature's gift, making them one of the top predators of the African savannah. Hyenas don't belong to the canine family, nor are they felines. They hail from a lineage all their own, Hyenidae. This unique group of carnivores has evolved to become masters of utilizing resources that other predators often overlook, thriving in ways that are as ingenious as they are unexpected. The savannah stretches across Africa, from the iconic Serengeti plains to the Okavango wetlands and even the arid deserts of Namibia. The striped hyena, with its lean appearance and distinctive striped coat, is one of the most mysterious and overlooked creatures in Africa's ecosystem. Not only do they survive, but they also thrive in the arid and semi-arid regions of North Africa, the Middle East, and even parts of Asia. Unlike their larger and noisier relatives in the Hyenidae family, striped hyenas prefer a more discreet and solitary lifestyle, but their role in nature is immensely important. Striped hyenas usually live alone or in pairs. They are nocturnal, traveling up to 20 miles each night under the moonlight in search of food. Their diet mainly consists of carrion, ranging from the remains of large animals, such as camels or goats, to bone fragments left by other predators. They do not require large amounts of food to sustain themselves, and their robust digestive system allows them to consume bones, skin, and rotting flesh. With a low stomach pH, striped hyenas can process carcasses infected with bacteria without risk of illness. When food is scarce, they also eat fruits, insects, and occasionally hunt small animals like hares or lizards. In areas near humans, they help control populations of rodents or insects, indirectly reducing agricultural damage. However, this is not always viewed positively. Misconceptions and conflicts of interest often lead to them being hunted or poisoned. On the arid lands of southern Africa, where endless stretches of sand and scorching heat define daily reality, the brown hyena moves silently, carrying the secrets of millions of years of evolution. With its long, shaggy, dark brown coat, powerful legs, and a somewhat solitary demeanor, it has become a familiar figure in the deserts and savannas of the region. This species of hyena is not only a resilient survivor, but also an integral part of the ecosystem it inhabits. The brown hyena is found in Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, particularly in desert regions such as the Kalahari Desert and Namib Desert. Their habitat ranges from arid grasslands to coastal areas and rocky terrains. A single brown hyena can hold a vast territory of up to 200 square miles, exploring the area in search of food. By consuming bones, skin, and biological debris, brown hyenas recycle nutrients back into the soil, contributing to the fertility of arid grasslands. In some cases, they also help control populations of rodents and insects, maintaining a natural balance in their environment. In the vast world of the African savanna, where sprawling grasslands merge with the endless blue sky, the aardwolf emerges as a symbol of extraordinary adaptation. They are commonly found in the dry grasslands and savannas of eastern and southern Africa. The expansive territories of Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Botswana, and Namibia serve as their ideal habitat. They often choose to live near areas rich in termites, particularly in semi-desert regions such as the Kalahari Desert. The aardwolf has a compact body with pale yellow fur adorned with distinctive black stripes. Its most recognizable feature is the mane along its back, which can be raised in threatening situations to make it appear larger than it actually is. Unlike their larger hyena relatives, aardwolves are typically solitary or live in pairs. They are nocturnal, venturing out after the day's heat subsides to take advantage of the cooler temperatures. With their agile legs, they travel approximately 6 to 12 miles, 10 to 20 kilometers, each night, exploring vast areas in search of termite mounds. The aardwolf's unique diet is supported by a highly specialized digestive system. Their stomach can neutralize the toxic chemicals secreted by termites as a defense mechanism, a feat that few other animals can accomplish. Their long, sticky tongue is the perfect tool for sweeping up termites from the ground, enabling them to maximize their energy efficiency while feeding. The most renowned and iconic member of the Hyenidae family is the spotted hyena. Under the blazing sun of the African savanna, where golden grasslands stretch endlessly, the spotted hyena strides with a confident and powerful gait. This animal is a living testament to resilience and exceptional adaptability, honed over millions of years of evolution. With origins dating back more than 10 million years, the spotted hyena has carved its own evolutionary path to become one of Africa's most formidable predators. Their bodies are designed to conquer the challenges of these harsh environments. A combination of physical strength and unique biological features makes them engineers of the natural world. Their characteristic gait, with front legs longer than their hind legs, gives them a sloped posture. This isn't merely a visual quirk, but a significant advantage. Their strong, long legs allow them to traverse rugged grasslands and rocky terrains with ease. The African savanna is the primary home of the spotted hyena, with habitats ranging from the grasslands of East Africa to the more arid regions like the Kalahari Desert in Botswana. They are also found in open woodlands, mountainous areas, and semi-deserts, showcasing their remarkable adaptability. Currently, the global population of spotted hyenas is estimated at 27,000 to 47,000 individuals, according to the latest IUCN data from 2023. An individual spotted hyena can control a vast territory spanning hundreds of square miles, marking it with a unique scent to signal their presence to other clans. Places like the Ngorongoro crater in Tanzania host some of the largest spotted hyena populations, supported by abundant food sources from migrating herds of wildebeest and zebra. At the pinnacle of this system is the alpha female, the clan's leader. In the matriarchal society of spotted hyenas, females hold absolute power. The alpha female not only controls vital resources such as food and territory, but also enforces order within the clan. With an average weight about 20 pounds heavier than males and superior physical strength, they easily dominate every other individual. The alpha female's authority is not solely due to physical power, but is also reinforced by intelligence and decisiveness. Female offspring of the alpha female automatically inherit higher social ranks, even from a young age. This ensures that the leadership lineage is preserved across generations, keeping the clan efficient and stable. This hierarchy is not just theoretical, but is clearly reflected in their daily behavior. When a wildebeest or zebra is brought down, the feeding order within the clan mirrors each individual's social rank. The dominant females, including the alpha female and her offspring, feed first while lower-ranking members must wait or compete for leftovers. Thanks to this order, serious conflicts are rare, optimizing the use of resources. The coordination within the clan extends beyond hunting. When faced with larger adversaries like lions, spotted hyenas often collaborate closely to defend their territory or reclaim stolen prey. These confrontations often serve as vivid displays of their collective strength and unity. With their numbers and remarkable teamwork, spotted hyenas often force lions to abandon their advantage, even when the lions are larger and seemingly more powerful. Meanwhile, when young male spotted hyenas reach maturity, typically between 2 to 3 years of age, they must leave their natal clan and embark on a solitary journey of survival. This departure is not only a challenge, but also an essential part of the ecosystem, reducing the risk of inbreeding and ensuring genetic diversity within the species. Upon joining a new clan, males face harsh realities. In the rigid hierarchy of the spotted hyena, males are almost always relegated to the lowest ranks. This is not just a social arrangement, but a reflection of the dominance that females have established within the clan. Additionally, males play a significant role in clan activities. While they are not the primary attackers during hunts, they often support large-scale pursuits by chasing or cornering prey. This creates the necessary pressure, enabling other members of the clan, particularly high-ranking females, to approach and bring down the prey. Males also frequently act as lookouts or even confront external threats, such as lions attempting to seize territory or prey. In the world of spotted hyenas, leadership always rests with the alpha female, or queen, and the clan's order depends entirely on her ability to maintain authority. But even power is not absolute. When leadership shifts from protection to exploitation, internal conflicts begin to arise. A clear example is when the Queen seizes food from lower-ranking members, including nursing mothers. This aggressive and domineering behavior erodes trust within the clan. Tensions eventually reach a breaking point when the clan decides to act. An uprising occurs. Under normal circumstances, the Queen can easily overpower any individual in the clan thanks to her superior strength. But this time, she faces not a single challenger, but the entire clan. They unite, surround her, and attack strategically, targeting her physical vulnerabilities. The rebellion quickly becomes a verdict against the alpha female. However, the hyenas don't completely eliminate the Queen. Instead, they stop after crippling her, particularly by injuring her hind legs. A weakened Queen who can no longer protect or dominate is effectively removed from the system. This decision helps maintain internal balance within the clan and minimizes future conflicts. For the deposed individual, though, it often means facing predators or slowly succumbing to isolation. These internal power struggles reflect not only the survival instincts of hyenas, but also their intelligence in maintaining social order. Hyenas prioritize the stability of the group over the individual leader, ensuring their survival in the harsh African savanna. However, the outcome is different if the coup fails. Any challenge to the Queen's authority is seen as a direct threat, often leading to brutal confrontations. When an individual challenges the Queen, the conflict affects not just the position of power, but also the entire social hierarchy. More than 70% of rebellions result in serious injuries to both parties. While power struggles are an inherent part of the social system of hyenas, their consequences extend beyond the individual level, impacting the entire clan. This demonstrates that, in nature, power is not just a privilege but also a burden, requiring constant maintenance and strategic decisions. The spotted hyena has long been shrouded in the fog of unfair stereotypes. Their portrayal in popular culture, from folklore to animated films like The Lion King, often associates them with scavenging, cowardice, and deceit. However, the reality is far from what is depicted. The spotted hyena is a vivid testament to the resilience and the efficiency of nature, where every detail exists for a reason. Spotted hyenas are exceptional hunters with astonishing strategies. Their remarkable teamwork allows them to hunt up to 95% of their own food, challenging the common image of them as mere scavengers. What do you think is the largest prey hyenas can take down? Stick around until the end of the video to find out. In the vast expanse of the African savanna, where life is constantly challenged by scarce resources, the spotted hyena has established its dominance through the power of teamwork and collective hunting strategies. Life here demands not only endurance, but also perfect coordination for survival. With sophisticated hunting strategies, each clan of spotted hyenas operates like a well-organized army, transforming underdogs into top predators. When hunting in groups, the clan does not act randomly, but employs carefully calculated tactics. Some members take on the role of distractors, steering the prey in a predetermined direction. They skillfully pursue it over long distances, harassing it with their unsettling calls and biting at its legs to separate it from the protective mother. This coordinated teamwork allows them to achieve high hunting success rates, even against the savanna's largest and most powerful prey. Their organizational skills are evident not only in role division, but also in communication methods. The whoops of the spotted hyena, audible from up to 3 miles away, carry vital information about location, prey status, and command signals. This ensures that the clan remains connected and synchronized across the vast savanna. Every whoop and every step is calculated to ensure maximum efficiency, creating a masterful display of cooperation and strategy. After the prey is brought down, the feast of the spotted hyena clan becomes a display of complete resource utilization. Their large canines and powerful premolars, supported by a robust skull and immense bite force, come into play. No part of the prey is wasted. From meat and hide to bones and tendons, everything is consumed. According to data from Britannica, a clan of about 20 spotted hyenas can take down a buffalo weighing over 1,000 pounds during a group hunt. This is not only a nutritional triumph, but also a testament to their dominance in the savanna ecosystem. Their actions ensure the survival of the clan while contributing to ecological balance. By targeting old, weak, or injured animals, they prevent the spread of disease from decomposing carcasses and recycle resources efficiently. The savanna is a place that tests the patience of any creature. The dry season arrives, bringing with it the most unforgiving challenges. Grasslands wither, waterholes dry up, and animals like wildebeest and zebra are forced to migrate far in search of sustenance. For hyenas, this is not just a time to survive, but an opportunity to showcase their incredible endurance. With a body structure designed for long journeys, they can travel up to 20 miles per night in search of food. Their longer front legs, creating their characteristic sloped posture, help them maintain steady speeds across rugged and harsh terrain. In the darkness of night, hyenas rely on their sharp eyesight and acute hearing to detect any signs of prey. They can pick up the scent of carrion from a considerable distance, an ability that allows them to make use of every available food source in the arid environment. Meals sometimes come from exhausted animals or from carcasses abandoned by other predators. In harsh landscapes like the Namib Desert or the Okavango Delta, the hyena's adaptability truly shines. In the desert, they can survive by consuming insects such as termites or even dried carcasses. In the Okavango, hyenas boldly wade through deep waters to reach more food-abundant areas, displaying a rare flexibility in their behavior. Scavenging can save spotted hyenas up to 30% of the energy required for hunting, a crucial advantage during the dry season when resources are scarce. On the savanna, every breeze carries faint scents that can tell a story. With their keen sense of smell, spotted hyenas can detect the scent of blood from more than 2 miles away. They quietly track their target, moving with persistence but without haste. The usual targets are lions, cheetahs, or leopards that have just completed a successful hunt. When the moment is right, the clan moves as one, approaching meals guarded by the savanna's top predators. This is not just a quest for food, but a journey to assert dominance. However, not every scavenging attempt goes smoothly. Lions, with their superior size and formidable strength, remain a dangerous opponent. Approximately 60% of scavenging conflicts during the dry season involve lions taking food from hyenas. When the numbers favor hyenas, the balance of power quickly shifts. A clan of 15 to 20 spotted hyenas can overwhelm even a pride of lions. It is not raw strength, but rather the tightly coordinated structure of the hyena clan that gives them an advantage. When facing lions, spotted hyenas do not charge recklessly. Instead, they divide roles clearly. Some members act as decoys, distracting the lions with false attacks, while others lie in ambush, ready to encircle their opponents. This closed-circle strategy minimizes risks for individual hyenas while maximizing their chances of success. However, the outcome is not always one-sided. When the lion pride has larger numbers or greater determination, spotted hyenas are often forced to retreat. Such battles sometimes result in casualties, with individuals from both species sustaining injuries or losing their lives. Yet, it is the patience and persistence of spotted hyenas that allows them to endure even the harshest times. Although the relationship between spotted hyenas and lions is often seen as competitive, in reality, their rivalry plays a critical role in the savanna's ecosystem. It helps maintain the natural balance, as each species must adapt and refine its strategies to survive. Every meal is not just a fight for survival, but a testament to the complexity of an ever-changing ecosystem. In the cycle of nature, spotted hyenas and lions are not just rivals, but indispensable components, linked by the very competition they create on the dry, unforgiving plains of the African savanna. Smaller in size, African wild dogs compensate with superior social organization and defensive tactics. A pack typically consists of 10 to 20 individuals, led by an alpha pair. The disciplined structure of wild dog packs allows them to hunt efficiently, but more importantly, they prioritize protecting their young. This ensures the survival of future generations, even in the harshest conditions. Confrontations between these two predators often begin when hyenas detect a pack of wild dogs enjoying a meal. Hyenas rarely attack immediately. Instead, they use harassment tactics. A few individuals may appear first, pretending to show no intent to attack. Then, the entire clan approaches, applying pressure with loud whoops and aggressive displays. However, African wild dogs are not easy to defeat. They often organize tight defenses when under attack. The largest individuals form a protective outer ring around the meal, while smaller ones stay in the center. When pursuing prey or fending off enemies, they target legs, bellies, and hindquarters, wearing down their opponents until they stop resisting. Still, when faced with over 20 hyenas, wild dog packs are often forced to concede. In some cases, after successfully stealing prey, hyenas even drag the carcass into the water, organizing a feast by the river. African wild dogs, less adept in aquatic environments, are left to watch as their hard-earned meal is taken away. This rivalry not only tests the strength and intelligence of each species, but also contributes to maintaining the ecological balance of the savanna. Roughly 40 to 50% of scavenging attempts between the two species end in victory for the hyenas. On the other hand, the organization and teamwork of African wild dogs allow them to maintain their position in this harsh ecosystem. Their ability to digest quickly and their effective hunting strategies enable them to swiftly locate and secure new prey, sustaining energy for the pack. The dry season is not only a time of difficulty, but also an opportunity for these apex predators to demonstrate their extraordinary adaptability. While spotted hyenas rely on strength and numbers to gain the upper hand, African wild dogs depend on tight organization and defensive strategies. Both species play crucial roles in shaping the savanna ecosystem, where life and death intertwine with every passing moment. The African savanna during the rainy season tells a very different story. As the first rains pour down, the grasslands transform into a lush, green expanse teeming with life. Abundant water sources draw thousands of wildebeests, buffalo and zebras back to the area, creating a plentiful supply of prey for predators. With the dense presence of herbivores, spotted hyenas can hunt within their territories without needing to travel far. Smaller prey, such as rabbits, birds, and fish, also emerge around flooded areas, offering additional nutritional options. Hyena clans take advantage of this abundance to launch collective hunts. A clan of 30 individuals can devour an entire 900-pound zebra in just 15 minutes, showcasing their incredible eating speed and exceptional coordination. During the rainy season, their adaptability extends beyond hunting to the way hyena females care for their cubs. They consume large amounts of food to store energy and produce milk with the highest protein and fat content among carnivores. This nutrient-rich milk is vital for their cubs in the first months of life, promoting rapid growth and increasing their chances of survival. However, the rainy season also brings challenges. Flooded grasslands attract other predators such as leopards and cheetahs, leading to fierce competition for resources. The cheetah is not only a symbol of speed, but also a masterpiece of evolution. Its evolution began more than 2 million years ago, shaping a body perfectly designed for high-speed pursuits. As the sole surviving species in the genus Acinonyx, cheetahs have a limited gene pool due to a genetic bottleneck that occurred thousands of years ago. This makes them particularly vulnerable to diseases and habitat loss. Yet, despite these challenges, the fastest land animal has managed to survive through remarkable flexibility and adaptability. With a body length ranging from 3.6 to 4.9 feet and a weight of 77 to 143 pounds, the cheetah has a sleek, yet incredibly powerful build. Its skeletal structure is perfectly engineered for speed. A flexible spine acts like a spring, working in tandem with long, muscular legs to enable bursts of speed reaching up to 70 miles per hour. The rainy season brings more hunting opportunities as herbivores reproduce, making young and vulnerable offspring easy targets. However, cheetahs are not predators that rely on ambushes or the strength of a pride like lions. They are solitary hunters, relying entirely on their speed, endurance, and personal skill. These traits make them the fastest land predators. However, this incredible speed can only be sustained for about 20 to 30 seconds. That brief window is sufficient to close the gap with their prey and deliver a decisive attack. Precision is paramount in every hunt. From 50 to 100 yards, the cheetah approaches its target with patience and calculation. Powerful strides combined with semi-retractable claws for better grip on the ground maximize acceleration and stability. Keen eyes remain locked on the prey, while every muscle in its body works at full capacity. At the perfect moment, a precise lunge, often aimed at the prey's neck or legs, ends any chance of escape. However, not every feast is a complete success. The powerful presence of spotted hyenas often lurks nearby, ready to steal the hard-earned rewards of a cheetah's exhausting hunt. When the cheetah's breaths are still heavy after the chase, it becomes an easy target for spotted hyenas. During the rainy season, when prey is abundant, spotted hyenas often use harassment tactics and numerical strength to claim meals from cheetahs. They typically operate in small groups of 2 to 3 individuals, with one hyena provocatively approaching the prey first, forcing the cheetah into a difficult decision: stand its ground or retreat. Instinctively, cheetahs often retreat, knowing that any injury could severely jeopardize their survival. Although scavenging from cheetahs accounts for only 10 to 15% of a spotted hyena's diet, these incidents showcase a notable rivalry. In 50 to 60% of cases, cheetahs are forced to abandon their prey upon the arrival of hyenas. However, cheetahs employ their own strategies to minimize risks. They often quickly drag their kill into concealed areas, such as dense bushes or under the shade of trees, to consume it before being detected. The rainy season is not only a time of abundance, but also a stage for relentless confrontations. Each encounter between cheetahs and spotted hyenas highlights the stark differences in how these species leverage their strengths. One relies on speed and precision, while the other thrives on strength and coordinated teamwork. Both are a testament to the diversity and complexity of nature, where every species plays an irreplaceable role in the vast ecosystem of the African savanna. During the rainy season in the African savanna, as each drop of water seeps into the parched earth, a vibrant transformation unfolds. Fresh green grass carpets the landscape, turning it into a new paradise. Amid this lush scene, the leopard emerges, silent yet majestic. Its evolutionary history, spanning over 2 million years, tells a story of adaptability and resilience, making it one of the most successful predators on the planet. The leopard is not just a big cat, but a symbol of exceptional adaptability. With the broadest range of any wild cat, it has conquered territories from Asia to Africa, thriving in regions such as the Serengeti, Kruger National Park, and the Okavango Delta. Deforestation, urbanization, and illegal hunting are steadily shrinking its natural habitat. A 2023 report revealed that leopard populations have declined by up to 30% in some areas over the past 2 decades. Organizations like Panthera are working to protect this species through GPS tracking programs, creating ecological corridors, and raising community awareness. The rainy season on the African savanna creates a vibrant landscape, with lush greenery spreading across the land and offering millions of creatures the opportunity to thrive. With a body length ranging from 4 to 6 feet, and a weight between 66 and 176 pounds, the leopard possesses an ideal build optimized for a perfect balance of strength and agility. Its coat, adorned with unique rosette patterns, not only helps it blend seamlessly into dense vegetation, but also serves as the perfect camouflage during challenging hunts.